Hi, friends. Good evening, and this is your host Ankit joining you from Delhi. And today we are celebrating Medical Friday with doctors, and we have great experienced doctors lined up on IBM TV, especially for our viewers around the world. And as today is Friday, so I hope everyone is safe and healthy, and it's almost the end of this week. So I hope that people will stay at home on the weekend and try to help boost their immunity and try to keep everyone safe around them as well. And I would like to invite my guest, Dr. Sameer Verma and Mr. R. Rajkumar Jain from Bombay. Good evening, Namaste. How are you?
गुड इवनिंग नमस्ते फर्स्ट क्लास आप कैसे हैं
All good, sir. All good. So,
या
sir,
थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर कॉलिंग मी ओवर हियर
yes, sir. Pleasure is all mine. I would like to know about Dr. Sameer Verma. Our viewers would like to know around the world. Where are you from and what kind of specialization you are into as a doctor?
सॉरी व्हाट कैन ऑफ
So our viewers would like to know more about you. So can you explain what do you do and where are you from?
सी आई एम अ कंसल्टिंग फिजिशियन या आई प्रैक्टिस इन suburb of Mumbai, this is Malad. My specialization is infectious disease. I'm specialized into tropical medicine. Okay, I've been practicing in Malad since last 20 years. Before that, I was in South Mumbai, attached to Parkinson's Hospital.
Okay,
Okay.
sir.
My field of sorry.
Uh,
Yeah. My field
I,
of interest is
uh,
infectious disease.
I can't see you clearly. I mean, can you rejoin again because there is some problem with the camera and I'm not able to see clearly.
Now, I told you my field of interest is infectious disease, apart from medicine.
No, no, that I got it. I said I'm not able to see you clearly. Can you rejoin again because your camera is not visible?
Is it okay now? Is it okay?
Doctor Saab, something is wrong with
Uh,
the camera. Just clean your camera, please.
Am I okay? Am I okay?
Yes, now it is okay.
Yes, sir.
Is okay? Okay.
Yeah, yes, yes, now. Yeah, okay. So, as you said, you are into tropical medicine and you were doing medicine from past 20-25 years. Good evening, Rakeshji. How are you?
Very well, and you?
All good, sir. All good. We have
Great
Dr.
to have
Sameer
you.
Verma from Bombay, and we have Mr. Rajkumar Jain
Namaskar.
from Bombay. He's a chartered accountant. And we are talking to Dr. Sameer Verma, and he's a tropical medicine specialist based out of Bombay. So, sir, what kind of cases you are dealing in the COVID period, Dr. Verma?
Sorry.
What kind of cases you are
Yes.
dealing
Tell
right
me.
now in the COVID period? Can you hear me?
What kind of?
What kind of patients you are seeing during the COVID period?
Yeah. All type of patients. In fact, most of the time, they come with fever, cough, and breathlessness. These are the commonest presentation: fever, cough, and breathlessness. Younger persons also, elderly persons also. Even I get to just now I discharged two of my younger patients, uh,
Okay.
COVID-19. So this is equally, in fact, equally common in younger persons also. Of course, elderly who is having diabetes, who is having hypertension, who is having cardiovascular disease, they are more predisposed to because they have subdued immunity. Okay.
Yes, sir. And so, sir, when you talk about corona disease, is fever the adequate screening for the patients, or do we have to take care of other symptoms as well?
See, in COVID-19 disease, uh, focus of infection starts from lungs itself only. Okay, because COVID-19 virus has predilection for one receptor is there in the lungs diagram, which is called pneumocyte 2, alveolar, type 2 alveolocytes. And there, this ACE2 receptors are there. They go with, they have affinity and attachment for that receptor. So that is the reason when somebody is infected with COVID-19, infection starts from the lung. So at the
Doctor,
what stage
I
you
would like
start?
to interrupt in between. I'm not able to hear you clearly. Can you rejoin? Can you log out and log in again, because there is a lot of disturbance on the camera as well as the microphone. I'm not able to hear you clearly.
Okay, I'll just log out.
So in the meantime, Rakesh ji, how is Hong Kong doing?
Hong Kong's doing just fine. We've had 4 new cases imported.
Okay.
पाकिस्तान से आए हैं लोग.
Okay.
तो 4 सारे 4 के 4 के 4 वहीं से आए.
Okay. Okay.
तो बस बाकी सब they're already under observation, isolation.
So, sir, is the flight is still on for countries like Pakistan and Hong Kong, because Indian
Yeah, India has blocked the flights, but
India
for other
blocked the
countries, I know somebody who was in Hong Kong has flown to America.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
No, Americans are flying, but I thought Hong Kong is also not flying due to the current situation.
No. So they have limited flights, but
Okay.
they're there. Cathay is flying.
Okay,
One of my
fine.
sister's classmates was here in Hong Kong. She has gone for her daughter's delivery in US.
Okay.
Sab chal rahe.
So,
Bit expensive, but
yeah.
yeah. It was necessary, so she went.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're fine. We're good here. No problem.
But in India, the cases are growing like anything now. I mean, be it Bombay or Delhi, the cases are growing since we have opened up a little economy in phases. So the
Not
cases
only
are
that,
growing.
we need to start testing, because India has got so much of skill and talent, We can make the testing kits. I saw the other day 10 rupees, 40 rupiya, aisa kuch, they are having a testing kit within
No.
seconds.
40 रुपए वाला जो है,
It is not 10 rupees. It is not 10 rupees.
it's not 10 rupees.
Paper wala, the one with the paper,
That's 450 rupees.
450.
450.
Maybe
Initially,
then
the COVID tested, they are charging 4,500 rupees, and
Yeah,
then
that's
they have
right.
come with the blood test with the COVID test. I
Yeah.
think Dr.
So-
Samir Verma is joining. Somewhere something is wrong with the net connection. He will be able to tell all the facts.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
And Mr. Jain, I think
if-
your camera is also not clear today. I mean, we can't see you clearly.
You can't see me clearly.
Yeah.
1 sec. I'll just clean it and just come back.
Yeah.
So I think if as long as because of the testing, the more cases are being discovered, but the deaths have not gone up, not significantly.
Yeah.
So
But here,
I'm optimistic.
No, certainly. But here the cases are growing like anything.
Dr. Verma, you're looking very clear now. Very, very clear.
Dr. Verma, are you there?
Very clear. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I'm here. Now, am I audible to you?
Yes.
Yes, you're
Do you
audible.
hear
But
me?
yeah, I can clearly hear you now. There might be some bandwidth issue, but rest everything is fine. So I was asking you the question that what are the okay, first of all, our audience would like to know what is tropical medicine.
Tropical medicine is medicine in tropics. We are in tropical countries, like India in tropical country, Africa
Okay.
in tropical country. So all these countries which fall in the line of within the tropics, these are called tropical countries.
How is it
tropical means,
different from normal medicine? I mean, the other kind of medicine.
Ankit,
Sorry.
I would just like to introduce Dr. Samir Verma. He has started his journey in 1983 as an MBBS doctor, and then he has worked with Hinduja Hospital and another hospital also. Then he has specialized himself in the tropical medicine
Yeah.
and the CIIU facility, where the critical patients are there. He is handling the critical patient, and today his need is much to the country also, as far as his guidance is concerned on COVID-19.
Yes.
So, welcome Dr. Samir Verma to the IBM TV, and definitely the viewer questions and other questions will be asked by Mr. Rakesh Krishnan, who joined from Singapore, and Mr.
Hong
Ankit
Kong.
Agarwal,
Hong Kong.
I'm sorry, from Hong Kong, and Mr. Ankit is from Bombay, from Delhi.
Delhi.
So now
So Dr. Verma,
continue it, Rakesh ji.
yes. So
Yeah.
Dr. Verma, as Rakesh ji was asking, how is it different from the other medicines?
Other streams of medicine,
Tropical medicine.
tropical medicine. Yeah. Any
Yes,
particular
totally.
focus?
Medicine in tropics. Yeah. Medicine in tropics is tropical medicine. Yeah, anywhere. Like disease manifestation is different in USA. Disease manifestation is different in India. So any disease which is different from that of temperate climates or cold climates, we need to study in that context. That's the reason. That's the reason, and that's the philosophy of tropical medicine.
Tropical medicine. Okay.
So sir, is it
In
related
cold,
to the
in
infectious
cold
disease?
time, there used to be tropical diabetes, like malnutrition related diabetes, like Jamaica diabetes, like that.
Okay.
Ah,
Anyhow, sorry I interrupted you. Tell me.
No, we would like to know more about these different diabetes. Certainly.
I'm a diabetic. I'd
Diabetes.
certainly like to
Yeah,
know.
yeah, we'll come to the topic. Yeah, COVID-19. Yeah. So even see, by the course, one interesting issue is manifestation of COVID-19 is worse in case of diabetes.
Okay.
Like suppose if you scale in the term of mortality, it is almost 50% more in case of diabetes than that of non-diabetic. See, if you see the COVID-19, 80% it is almost, in fact, there is no severe manifestation, and 80% runs uneventful course. 14% they have very severe manifestation, 14 to 15%. 4 to 5% they are in critical illness, and mortality is great in those conditions in normal person. But if you consider diabetic, almost 50% have a mortality. So, any condition wherein uh, body immune system is little, like diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, wherein body is weak, or elderly person, extremes of the age, person who is on long-term hemodialysis, person who had bone marrow transplantation or any organ transplantation, they are little more susceptible to bad events of COVID-19 than that of anything else. And this happens in all other infectious disease also, be it COVID-19, be it HIV, be it anything. Now
Dr.
we are
Verma,
into the pandemic.
I would like to interrupt and request you. Can you close the window behind you, because I think we are getting a lot of air noise, and that's why things are not.
Oh, I see.
On the back there is a window, doctor, right?
So,
Right. The
Mr. Jain, how is the situation in Bombay? Rajkumar ji, can you hear me?
situation is worse. Today, the municipal commissioner has been suspended
Okay.
and he has been transferred to some other places and another. Haji.
Mr. Jain, I think there is some problem with
Yes,
the network.
definitely. Can you hear me?
Can you rejoin again? You need to reboot your modem
It's
and join.
breaking
Can you
now.
hear me?
We can
There's a lot
hear
of-
you, but it's breaking.
सुन सकते हैं मेरे को?
नहीं सुन सकते हैं, but बहुत gaps आ रहे हैं. We can't hear you clearly, basically. So if you restart your modem and join again, I think that would work.
That commissioner was very good, Pardesi.
Yeah. Dr. Verma?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. This is much better now.
So
Much better.
yeah, Bombay is worse. You can consider Bombay to be the New York of India in terms of COVID-19.
Yeah.
Of course, this is also, financial capital. New York is also financial capital. But even in COVID also, Mumbai became COVID capital of India.
Yeah.
Almost more than 10,000 cases are there
Yeah.
in Mumbai. Mortality is also pretty high. What I feel is that it is absolutely in the community level.
Okay. That is serious.
But
Now we need to consider. Yes.
yes, Dr. Verma, please
Can
continue.
you hear us?
Yeah.
Ankit, can
Now
you-
we need to consider.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Now we need to consider gradually. gradually we are heading into the worst phase of epidemic, and day by day it is going to worsen. So we need to find out how to cope up with the situation. Okay, because now we are going to be in the era of COVID-19. I don't think unless and until any vaccine comes up, before that we are going to curb COVID-19, because we don't have any medicine available against COVID-19. Whatever medicines are available, these are all empirical medicine, and it doesn't give you uh, any, in fact, curative effect, any curative advantage on COVID-19.
Okay. And sir, how
Any other?
far we are on the vaccine right now?
Basically,
How
See,
the
a lot of
condition in Mumbai has become worse today.
uh, a lot of organizations, a lot of places, in fact, in USA, UK, Oxford, India, a lot of countries, they are in fact, we are coming up with a vaccine. We are coming up with a vaccine, but after vaccine comes up, there will be field trial. After field trial, there will be marketing survey, post vaccination surveillance, then FDA approval, US FDA approval, Indian FDA approval. It will be a very long way. Unless and
Yeah.
until we cut it short, still it will be almost 6 months. That's what, minimum 5 to 6 months. That's what I feel. Till then, the most and the best modality of treatment is isolation. We don't have any medicine available because we don't have vaccines. So isolation will be the best medicine, because this is highly communicable disease,
Yeah.
very communicable.
Yeah.
So that's the reason isolation is the best.
Sir, do you also think that
But
symptoms in India are different from symptoms of COVID in other countries?
incidentally, we don't have that post studies over here. But
Yeah.
one thing is sure, a patient with fever, cough, and breathlessness comes to us, then we need to find out whether we are dealing with COVID-19 or non-COVID-19. So, because in fact widespread epidemic, I mean devastating epidemic, any person who comes with fever, cough, and breathlessness, first you consider COVID-19. Having ruled it out, then it could be other condition. In our country, apart from or along with COVID-19, there can be other comorbidities also. There can be other, in fact, viruses also along with that. First thing, there can be other bacterial infection also. There can be other immunocompromised situation also. So all these conditions we need to consider.
And sir, also, do you think that
And
I mean, hit the summer season, like 40 degrees or plus temperature, do you think we can have less contamination or less spread around our country, or is there any change in the spread of coronavirus? What do you think?
I got, I got it. In fact, till to date, there is no concrete evidence that this is thermolabile. I mean, at extremes of temperature, it goes away. Morbidity and mortality is same whether it is in USA, whether it is in Africa. Just now we are in the worst phase of summer. Still mortality is spreading like anything. Now it's all nook and corners of the India. In a lot of places and Delhi and South and Delhi, because it started raining. Otherwise, in fact, temperature would have been 35, 40 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
So a temperature doesn't make any difference. That's what I feel. It's not a thermal level.
Okay.
And what
and
about
many say
Dr.
that,
the humidity will play the role?
What
What is the
about?
humidity will play in the COVID-19?
I couldn't get on. What is the
is there any role of humidity in, to spread the COVID-19, especially in Bombay?
Humidity,
uh, immunity? Role of immunity is very,
humidity.
very role of immunity is very, very important. Okay, as you have seen, it is less common in immunocompetent person, like young person, than that of older person. It is less common in naive person than that of person who is having other comorbidities like HIV, uh, like diabetes, like hypertension, cerebrovascular disease. So in all these comorbidities, this condition is more common. COVID-19 is more common.
Okay. And sir, also we are seeing that there are a lot of kids having some different symptoms, and as per the study, they said it's like a Kawasaki virus, which is causing something similar to, especially to kids, basically in the COVID-19 situation. Do you have any view on that?
Yeah, I heard of, in fact, a lot of, in fact, there are protein manifestations there, particularly thromboembolic phenomenon and all, but in fact, practically I haven't seen. Here in India, I haven't seen.
Okay. And sir, what do you think? I mean, when we can start resuming our travel plans? Because you are a specialist as a tropical medicine, so maybe down the line 6 months, are we good to travel, or we should cut our traveling for next till the time we don't have a vaccine?
Mr. Ankit, this really is very difficult to say because every day thing is going worse, 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 and we are going into worse phase. Over the last 2 to 3 months, it is going to be worse. So unless and until we cut the thing, somewhere we put the full stop, somewhere we obstruct the infection, dissemination of infection, or we cannot help it all. And in our country, it's overcrowded, overpopulated. It's going anywhere, it will be very, very difficult and very, very risky. So that is the reason Government of India, in fact, at the outset, put in fact complete lockdown just to prevent this dissemination. Unless until some vaccine comes up, we stop dissemination, we stop propagation. In fact, as long as possible, we need to prevent traveling. We need to go out for very, very, in fact, important work. That's what. That is for daily living activity.
And sir,
There
we
is
have
one query, Doctor.
We need to,
yeah, can you see that query from Samik Jain?
with pious hope, for the vaccine.
Many videos regarding treatment of COVID coming. With one such WhatsApp video I have received, say that by keeping salt powder, Indian spices in the mouth, you can cure from COVID.
See, there are a lot of, in fact, proposition from parallel medicine. I don't have any evidence to tell you no against it, but we are going to deal with evidence-based medicine.
Okay.
Medicine which is recommended by CDC, USA, Infectious Disease Society of America, Indian FDA, CDC China, European Union, like that. So all these, in fact, if you go through all these organizations and guidelines, they don't recommend like this. So that's the reason. We started, particularly for inpatient, we started hydroxychloroquine, we started azithromycin. But even with hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin, you have a lot of morbidity and mortality because of irregularity of heart arrhythmias. Almost 5.4% of patients in inpatient they get arrhythmias with azithromycin and hydroxychloroquine combination.
Okay. And sir, also there are a lot of, media and also a lot of government and medical insights also. I mean, comparing the current pandemic with SARS pandemic, which happened so many years ago. So what do you think? I mean, is it related to SARS? Is it like SARS, or is it more excessive to SARS?
It's anytime more aggressive to SARS because the other SARS coronavirus which happened in probably 2003 or 2, it was immediately contained, right? It was. But this time, it's the worst pandemic anytime. You can compare this pandemic to like swine flu, what happened in 1920, just 100 years ago, wherein casualty was almost more than 5 crores.
Yeah.
It's like this.
And sir, when we say that, COVID-19 is more infectious, so can you explain our viewers that why is it more infectious and why it's spreading so much in such small number of days as compared to other infectious diseases happened in the past?
It depends. Any infection, it depends dose of like any microbes are there. It depends on the dose of inoculum of the microbes, whether this is fomite, aerosol, or whether it is bloodborne. So even you can see with COVID-19, even with casual contact, in fact minimal contact, you have a lot of history, a lot of information of even with minimal contact, person gets COVID-19. Modality of transmission, most common modality of transmission is aerosol. This is the most common. But there are all of other modalities also, like format borne. Even even we don't use common switchboard and all. Even we use anything, we sanitize ourselves. So all these things speak for highest level of transmission and contamination. So probably, in fact, this is very, very virulent. So that is the reason it's very, very infectious.
And also, sir, what do you think? How long does coronavirus stay on a surface? So there are different surfaces. We have a board, we have a metal surface, we have plastic surface. So how long a virus will stay on the surface?
There is no, in fact, categorize that type of information from the authentic sources like IDSA and all. Okay, all these are conjectures, so I won't be able to say anything about this.
And sir, what kind of precautions you are following in the COVID era? Because this is where all the doctors are also in the front line. So what kind of best practice and precautions you are following for yourself and your family?
Best practice would be variant method. So you need to isolate. This is dealing with your disease person, sick person. Anybody can be having COVID-19. So that also, a barrier method means you need to wear gloves. You need to wear PPE kit. You need to protect your mouth, nose, eyes, ears, which is all these things can protect you. So correct golden word is barrier method and isolation.
And sir, while isolation, you know that we are living in a joint family kind of a structure in India. Mostly we have more than 4 or 5 people, or maybe more than that, living together. So what kind of precautions we have to make at home, or maybe what kind of best practices we have to follow while we're living with our family members, because symptoms can happen in day 1 or day 15. So what do you suggest for a healthy living family, especially in India?
See, if there is no history of contact, if there is no history of hanging around, no history of contact, so I don't think anything, just personal distancing is more than sufficient. Firstly, personal isolation will be more than sufficient. But if there is a history of contact, and there is a definite history of contact, definitely isolate yourself. And you isolate yourself, I mean, it will be like quarantine. You quarantine yourself in your room. Okay, keep away from your family members, in some more, but keep away from family members, and wait for a week. See, watch for the symptoms. Most of the time symptoms start coming after 7 days. 8 days to 14 to 15 days, they are the worst phase. So when symptoms keep coming, and worst manifestation are on 12, 13, 14, 15 days. After that, recovery phase starts, because by 15 days, a protective antibody, IgM antibody, comes up and is the peak. So a resolving phase starts, phase of resolution starts, and we are in convalescent phase. After 21, 23 days, probably we are okay. Then that time, IgG antibody, which gives you a long-term protection, it peaks. But incidentally, in this condition, IgG antibody doesn't last for longer length of time. This after a couple of months, it comes down. So that is the reason there is again some person who is having COVID-19 can be again infected. So that way we call it corona return sort of thing. So this should be, as I spoke to you, almost 80% it runs uneventful course. In 15%, 14 to 15%, there can be a little severe manifestation, but they are really salvageable. In 4 to 5%, presentation is very, very aggressive and very, very devastating. We need to rush to hospital immediately in those.
In a nutshell, Doctor, we can say the social distancing and the sanitization. These two things play the important role to save from the COVID-19. I think Dr. Rajat Gupta will also agree with this, because there are limited number of doctors are available in India, and definitely all the doctors are doing their best to save the patient from COVID-19 and to detect the COVID-19. But locally, the moral sense is in Indians is just like that we should have the you can say social distancing and all the parameter what has been given by the people, what has been given by the you can say your local authorities, that you have to follow this thing. If we follow this thing, then definitely we can be away from the disease. We have not won the battle, but it will improve us to fight with the battle. Do you
But
agree with?
but Mr. Jan, I think that instead of social distancing, we have to do physical distancing, because socially we can meet each other online, but physical distancing is
Yeah.
more important.
Like
Social distancing means
personal distancing.
you are
And
away.
I think
You are
sanitization
away.
is more. I think
4 feet from
washing
the
hands with soap is more much more appropriate till the time you don't have sanitizer, because I think the use of more sanitizer is also a problem. Rest doctors, we have Dr.
Naturally,
Rajat
yeah.
Samir on board. I think they would.
A lot of persons are allergic to chemicals. It contains more than 70 to 80% of alcohol. It gives you very bad feelings in your nose, eyes, and all. In fact, a lot of they are allergic to sanitizer, and they start cough, breathlessness because of repeated uses of that thing.
Yeah. So, Dr. Verma, I have one last question that I mean, a lot of our viewers are asking us on daily basis that the use of sanitizer means you are also killing good germs of your hands, or maybe good bacteria from your hands. Is it true? Because I mean, a lot of doctors are also suggesting that use sanitizers when you don't have the option of soap and hand wash. What do you think about it?
See, this is modality of asepsis. Both are modality of asepsis. In one way, you are using sanitizer, which contains alcohol and chemicals, and in other way, you are using detergents. Okay, so both modality are you remove bacteria. In one, it is more; in other, it is less. Now, important thing is that use of bacteria is more. In fact, good use of bacteria is most important inside of the body than that of outside. Whatever probiotic effect is there, it is
Okay.
in our GI tract, I mean digestive system, it is in our respiratory system. But till to date, I have not found any literature wherein it speaks for surface bacteria which gives you a level of protection and prevention. No, I don't think so. So it is up to, yeah, since sanitizer, because of its chemicals and because it gives you allergic manifestation, you can use your body.
Okay.
And soap and water, they are time tested, so better to avoid these things.
Thank you, Dr. Verma.
Thank you for sharing
Any
this,
question?
sir. And I would like to welcome Dr. Rajat Gupta. He's a pain specialist based out of Delhi, and he specifically take care of the cancer patients, pain management for cancer patients especially. So,
Welcome,
Dr.
welcome,
Rajat,
Dr. Rajat Gupta. Welcome.
Hello, sir.
how are you doing, sir?
I'm good, Ankit.
Welcome,
How
Dr.
are you?
Rajat. Nice to see you.
Nice
So
to
we
see
have
you, sir.
Dr.
And very knowledgeable things you told us, and very rightly said about the good bacteria. We have never heard of good bacteria on the surfaces. We have always heard bacteria inside our body. So there are lots of myths and lots of WhatsApp messages coming along, but we should not be attracted towards them. So the scientific fact still remains the same. I think soap and water is the best option, but people who are not easily approachable to that, sanitizers can be used. And but again, in India, the problem with sanitizers are the adulteration, the actual alcohol content which it should have in order to kill viruses. So there's a lot of fake sanitizers coming into the market. So this is definitely an issue right now. But if you use a proper sanitizer, there are good options.
And sir, how are you seeing how India is doing during the comparison between April and May, and since the lockdown opening up in a lot of cities in India? What's your
Ankit, this is very this was anticipated. This hike is going to come up once the lockdown is going to open. I was listening to the news yesterday, and very rightly said by one of the guys there on the panel discussion that India is a developing country with a poor socioeconomic status. So either you die with COVID or you die with hunger. So someday or the other, you have to open up this lockdown. You can't keep people sitting at home with such economic crisis coming in. So yes, rightly said, we should start preparing ourselves by physical distancing. Probably social distancing. The right word is physical distancing, as said by you, because no longer we are social distancing with each other, because all of us are well connected to each other through social media, Facebook and WhatsApp and your channels. But yeah, physical distancing is must. People have to learn that, and using mask, proper hand washing, and I think if we stick on to our basics, probably we can avoid getting infected. And even if we are, we should be very honest and we should go and report it. A lot of people are hiding their symptoms, staying at home. So that is again leading on to wrong numbers. So I think patient education is also very important. There's nothing to panic. It's like, as rightly said by Sir, 70 to 80% patients are mildly symptomatic or asymptomatic. So, but we need to report if you have mild symptoms.
And sir, do you think if patients have mild symptoms, they can stay at home and recover while isolating at their home, or they have to report to the doctor and get it admitted at hospital?
No, see, there are very clear-cut guidelines nowadays, and I have been a part of the telemedicine Swasth Seva, the Arogya Setu. I am doing a lot of teleconsult through that also. So there have been
Right.
very specific guidelines, and they say that if you feel mild symptoms, you report. If you have breathlessness, in which your respiratory rate is more than 15 to 30, or your oxygen saturation is less than 94%, then you fall into the category of moderate symptoms. And if your saturation is less than 90%, or your heart respiratory rate is more than 30 per minute, then you need to be admitted. So,
Okay.
for mild symptoms, you don't need to panic. You just need to report so that at least people around you are aware. You yourself are aware that you need to keep a distance. You need to be bound in house from the public, from your neighbors, from your relatives, so that you don't infect them, because you might be an asymptomatic carrier, but they might be prone to more moderate or severe symptoms because of their other comorbidities. So it is very important that we keep our parents, we keep our family, society safe. So it's good to be aware and report.
And Dr. Rajat, also, I mean, what kind of, I mean, suggestions or best practices the cancer patient should follow at this point of time? Because it's a chronic disease, and they have been doing a lot of chemotherapy and other therapies going around, and they have a habit of, I mean, getting a lot of pain as well. So, what kind of practices or what they should know during the COVID thing? Because it might be difficult for them to understand and adapt to the current situation. So, what are your, suggestions or recommendations to those patients?
The people who are suffering from an active disease, they need chemotherapy or radiation therapy. Now, the main issue with COVID is the immunosuppression. People who have immunosuppressed are more prone to develop moderate to severe symptoms and to develop COVID infection from asymptomatic carriers. So people who are suffering from cancer, they should strictly follow the rules and regulations as put down by the oncologist or the radiation oncologist. In terms of pain management, we are offering teleconsult, we are offering all the medications online. So nothing to panic. We can manage their pain at home. So if it is a dire emergency and if they are suffering from unbearable, intractable pain, then only they should report to a hospital and carry the risk. So we strongly believe, and I strongly put this through your channel, that nothing to panic. If anybody is suffering from any kind of cancer pain which is not being managed at home, please do contact me, and we would definitely be able to help them.
And sir, are there any symptoms of COVID patients also having those pain throughout their body or maybe some part of the body? Is there any symptoms like that as well?
There has been a general symptom of malaise and body ache. Apart from that, there is not been any particular symptom of joint pain or headaches. But yeah, headache and malaise and body ache are vague symptoms. So the COVID patients do report of such symptoms.
Okay. And have you came across a patient? A patient of yours who is having some COVID symptoms? lately?
No, I did a few telephonic consult in which people do shortness of breath, but again, there has been a lot of panic among the public. So even if they're anxious, they're sitting at home, they are depressed. There's a lot of other factors contributing to anxiety, sleeplessness that could lead to breathlessness. So, like, I haven't encountered a COVID positive patient, but yes, a lot of patients do report of similar symptoms. But again, reassurance is very important to the patients, taking a detailed history and explaining them. If you go to a hospital with breathlessness, they will definitely investigate you. It will add to the hospital burden and unnecessarily expose them to the risk of COVID, even if they are not suffering from one. So we need to listen to their history, reassure them, and if they have actual symptoms, definitely they should report to the hospital.
And also, sir, are you seeing the OPD in hospitals right now, or I mean, you are just doing the telephonic OPD?
No, the hospital OPDs are full. I've still not opened my clinic as of now because of the lack of PPE facilities available and the infrastructure. I don't think I'm well equipped in the clinic to run OPD in this time. But yes, in the hospital, we have all the facilities and social distancing and physical distancing going on. So hospital OPDs are fully on, fully functional.
Okay. So is it a normal hospital day for you during the COVID era?
No, it's not a normal hospital day. I normally see around 30 to 40 patients a day, but nowadays 10 to 15 patients, and it's mostly cancer pain patients coming on for refills for their morphine. Chronic pain patients, backache patients, knee pain patients, they are not turning up that much. People are sensible enough to stay at home.
Stay.
And so I also encourage them that for mild knee pain or moderate back pain, you don't need to take the risk of coming to the hospital. But yes, cancer pain patients are the major bulk of patients seen by us right now.
So, sir, when the patient wants to visit you or wants to meet you at hospital, what are the precautions you, recommend to the patient to follow? Because it's whenever it comes to hospital at this point of time, everyone is scared to go to and visit hospital. So, what
So,
are the practices hospitals following, and what recommendations you are sharing with your patients?
so the most important recommendation, especially to Indian patients, are not come along with 5 attendants. So the most important, we have a tendency of 5 people coming with one patient. So we do not encourage patients to come with 5 attendants. So we strongly say that if you want to be accompanied, there should be only one attendant. We ideally don't promote attendant to be with the patient in the room. We keep the patient at a distance and take all the precautions, wear gloves, wear mask, and a PPE while examining a patient. So the whole day we are changing gloves, and there have been multiple triage systems. So inside the hospital, they are taking the positive history. Any suspected case of COVID or any positive symptoms is being triaged to the emergency. And we have been notified prior that this patient might have COVID. So we accordingly take all the precautions before seeing that patient. And if the patient doesn't have symptoms, no travel history, then he is allowed to come to the OPD chamber.
And also, sir, what do you think? Who is considered as the high risk patient during the COVID-19? Do we have a
See,
segmentation that this is the high risk patient that's COVID-19?
generally, they say that all elderly patients or children less than 10 years, age more than 65 years, or with multiple comorbidities like diabetes, hypertension, or any other immunosuppression, cancer patients, kidney transplant, liver transplant patients. So, all these patients are more prone to develop COVID infection. But again, there have been cases of young people getting infected and
Yeah.
having severe symptoms and even dying. So, again, it all comes down to your luck. So just keep your
Yeah.
fingers crossed. Though we stratify it as high risk patients, but still nobody is low risk or high risk. We should all treat all patients as high risk.
And also, sir, we have seen a lot of cases around the world, not especially in India, that people who are carrier they have mild symptoms, but they infect the other person and they gain the COVID symptoms rigorously. So this question is for Dr. Rajat and Dr. Sami that is it possible that someone is carrying a mild symptom and then he can infect the other person and that person becomes the COVID positive?
Sir, after you.
Dr. Verma?
Ajay. Yeah, yeah. In fact, we can call it carrier state. So, person who is infected but doesn't show any symptoms, and he will be potential threat to the society because nobody knows whether he's harboring any infection and all, and he will keep on infecting other persons. So that's the reason when you discharge a patient from hospital, you keep on checking, COVID-19 by RT-PCR. Having seen that COVID-19 is negative by RT-PCR means there is no any viral particle inside his body. He is absolutely free. And then you discharge the patient. Okay. Having seen that, this is the modality of saying that person is in fact cleared of this virus COVID-19 by repeated RT-PCR. And there are different guidelines like UK, Italian guidelines, Chinese guidelines. They say if 2 RT-PCRs are negative, patient is fit for this discharge. Even European guidelines say like this. American guidelines say no, at least 4 to 5 RT-PCR is repeatedly negative. Then only we can discharge the patient. Then we can declare the patient is in fact cleared of COVID-19.
Okay.
So any person who is having COVID, we don't know. This is in fact unseen threat, and that's the reason everybody is scared because it's an unseen threat. Anybody can be the carrier, so you don't get any manifestation. Anything from Dr. Rajat Gupta? Any addition from Dr. Rajat Gupta?
Sir rightly said, and again, that's why I say everybody is at risk. You never know, Ankit. You or me are asymptomatic carriers.
Yeah.
Nobody knows. So that's what I say. That physical distancing, keeping hygiene, like we have a trend of sharing food, eating from the same plate. So we should avoid doing all these. There is nothing feeling bad about it. So we should just try to be very cautious because you never know. Like I have kids at home, so
Yeah.
I try to take all the precautions as much as possible. I always treat myself as an asymptomatic carrier because I don't know. I have to get a PCR, RT-PCR done, but again, so definitely the risk remains. So nobody knows who's a asymptomatic carrier unless and until a test has been done.
Yeah,
And,
we all are sitting on the volcano. I mean, we all are sitting on the volcano. Anytime anybody can be having anything. That's what we are. Yeah.
Totally agree.
But sir, also, do you also undergo the COVID testing randomly in the meantime, or do you have some protocols to follow at your hospitals or clinic? Because you are also seeing a lot of patients. Yes.
We follow the protocol. Even the person is admitted with COVID-19, and patient is having fever, cough, breathlessness. Particularly, he ushers into breathlessness. And suppose COVID-19 is done after 1 week, then I repeat test. See what happens. Anybody, as in fact I've been explaining to you, anybody who is infected with the COVID-19, so infection first goes to the lungs because receptor for COVID-19 is in lung parenchyma. So patient is infected. Infection is different thing. Disease is different thing. Disease is manifestation of infection in the person. So manifestation of disease will take place usually after 5 to 7 days. Person becomes symptomatic. Once person becomes symptomatic, then you can go and once person becomes more fluid symptomatic, I mean pathogen extends to the upper respiratory tract. Then only if you are doing RT-PCR, then only you will be able to see COVID-19. Otherwise, when COVID-19 virus is there in the lungs, we won't be able to see COVID-19. That is the reason in initial days when we check initial days, what we used to do, we used to do RT-PCR, first RT-PCR negative, second RT-PCR negative. Then after 7th, 8th day, we did third, fourth RT-PCR. Then it turned out to be positive. Okay, but initially we were not aware of the pathogenesis and all. Now gradually we came to learn about all those things. Then we have understood better you do RT-PCR after after a week or 10 days. Usual guidelines are to do after. Suppose anybody is contaminated, anybody is infected, do RT-PCR. If person is stable, do RT-PCR. Standard time is after 10 days. If the patient is very virulent, patient is worse, and you want to change the diagnosis, then we have to stop the patient, do bronchoalveolar lavage, and increase the diagnosis. Let's see if antibody comes, then we can monitor with antibody, and if we don't have to do RT-PCR then.
Doctor, does the immune system of a patient play a vital role in this COVID-19? Because if the person at the age of 20 to 40 or 45, and if the person at the age of 50 above, definitely the immune system of both the person is differ. A boy can run on the road during this time and come back to home, but he is having the older parents where in case the infection of this particular disease can come very faster to the older people rather than the younger people. What is your opinion with Dr. Samir Verma and Dr. Rajat Gupta both?
Yeah, as we discussed last time, in fact, immunity at the extremes of the age is in worst phase, because in the younger age, immunity is in the making up from till up to the age of 10 years. So your immune system is in the building state. And after 65, 60, 65, your immune system is in the winning off phase. So these are the period when persons are very susceptible to infection as well as COVID-19 infection.
Dr. Gupta?
Yes, Dr. Rajat?
See, that's what the discussion is all about. Immunity, like less than 10 years and more than 65 years, is definitely less than a person who's at 20 to 40 years of age. A child who's running on the road, played outside house and come back, can definitely infect their parents. So the issue here is that is the whole purpose about that he can be an asymptomatic carrier and can infect their parents and cause moderate to severe symptoms. So that is why we say that it is better to have physical distancing, and we should work on the principle of herd immunity. So gradually, it will eventually come into the picture, and we will start living with this. We have to live with COVID. We cannot get over with COVID. Probably in 6 months from now, we'll get a vaccine, which we will start putting it like influenza and everything, and we'll start living with it. So I think COVID will have more of economic crisis than health crisis in coming time.
And but sir, before we have a vaccine, we have to take good care of ourselves and our society, our family, and especially our surrounding and surroundings. So, how can we take care of senior citizens, especially parents and grandparents at whom they might not be having some chronic disease, or they might be fit from everything, or they might be having some disease or something like that. So, how can we protect them during this pandemic?
See, age is the biggest risk factor for them.
My suggestion,
Old age is the biggest risk factor, and we should try to again have a social distancing from them, a physical distancing from them. Try to wash our hands. Just try to follow the basics. We cannot isolate them, or we cannot isolate us individually. So if you're living in the same house, just if you are exposed to COVID patients, if you're a healthcare worker, or if you are going to offices, if you're on road and you feel that you might be infected or you might be an asymptomatic carrier, then try avoiding or try meeting them. Just try to stay away from them. But otherwise, in Indian scenarios, you cannot, living in a joint family, you cannot maintain 100% physical distance. So this is the best you can do.
really, it is very, very difficult, particularly in case of metro settings, where we have 1 BHK, 2 BHK, and 4-5 people are there, 6 people are there. We have parents, grandparents. It's really very difficult. But definitely, isolation will be the best part. Don't allow them to go down. Don't allow them to spend on the road and all. That's what happened. Even you have seen in Europe, after 1.5 months, 2 months, they allowed. In fact, they just gave a couple of hours permission for kids to go out and play in the ground.
So, sir, my next question is for especially for our viewers around India. They want to know कि जब से लॉकडाउन खुला है बेसिकली वी हैव सीन स्पाइक इन द केसेस हमारे इंडिया में काफी बढ़ रहे हैं. ऑलमोस्ट दे आर डबलिंग इट एट अ वेरी आई थिंक इन 10 or 11 days बेसिकली एज कम्पेयर टू अर्लियर. तो मतलब वो जो लोगों को एसेंशियल वर्क के लिए बाहर जाना है और जो लोग काम करने बाहर जा रहे हैं, उनको किस टाइप की सावधानियां बरतनी है और किस टाइप के प्रिकॉशंस लेने हैं। और सेकेंडली, काफी सारी स्टेट्स में कोई कोविड केसेस नहीं है, और मे बी कुछ सिटीज में देर आर नो कोविड केसेस, कोई क्वारंटाइन नहीं है, तो उनको दे हैव टू फॉलो अ डिफरेंट रूटीन और दे आल्सो हैव टू फॉलो द सेम पैटर्न। अगर आप थोड़ा हिंदी में बताएंगे तो हमारे हिंदी व्यूअर्स को थोड़ा आसानी हो जाएगी।
आपने बहुत अच्छी बात कही, बहुत अच्छी बात पूछी आपने। मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट इशू ये है कि केस डिटेक्शन बहुत जरूरी है, जांच बहुत जरूरी है। जैसे आपने देखा, शुरू से ही आपने देखा कि बॉम्बे और दिल्ली में शुरू से ही इसका ग्राफ ज्यादा रहा है। यहाँ पर जो है ना केस मिलने की संभावना शुरू से ही बहुत ज्यादा रहा है। क्यों? इसीलिए कि यहाँ पे हम जो है ना मैक्सिमम टेस्ट करते हैं। यहाँ पे जो है ना लोगों को मैक्सिमम लेवल ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस है। यहाँ पे उस तरह का हादसा उतना ज्यादा नहीं हुआ जो हेल्थ केयर वर्कर को मारे, डॉक्टर को मारे, ये सब। लेकिन छोटी जगह में जो है ना ये प्रॉब्लम ज्यादा है। हमारा देश जो है ना गाँवों का देश है। यहाँ पे लाखों गाँव, हजारों लाखों गाँव है। वहाँ पे जो है ना हम अभी हमारे पास एक ही मोडालिटी RT-PCR। बहुत जगह जो है ना, बहुत स्टेट में PCR लैब जो है ना सिर्फ स्टेट कैपिटल में ही है और सभी जगह ये PCR लैब नहीं है। तो कैसे ये हो पाएगा? तो केस डिटेक्शन कैसे हो पाएगा? सबसे दिक्कत है केस डिटेक्शन। जैसा आज बॉम्बे दिल्ली में हमारे पास 15 से 20 सेटअप है जहाँ शुरू से ही जहाँ के हम जो टेस्ट कर सकते हैं। ऑलमोस्ट जो शुरू में जो 45 सेंटर जो है ना, तो इसके लिए जो एलोकेट किया था RT-PCR के लिए, उसमें मोर देन 10 to 15 सेंटर तो बॉम्बे दिल्ली में ही था। तो इसके लिए जो है ना हम रिमोट एरिया में मिस कर रहे हैं। और अब जो है ना कुछ जगहों पे ये बढ़ाया गया है, तो केस डिटेक्शन बढ़ता जा रहा है। तो इसलिए जो है ना हम उसको जल्दी से पिकअप कर पा रहे हैं। पहली बात ये। दूसरी बात, अभी जो है ना लोगों का मूवमेंट ज्यादा हो गया है, ट्रेन वगैरह ज्यादा खुल गए हैं। उसके बाद लॉकडाउन की वजह से सभी लोग जो है ना अपने गांव की तरफ पलायन कर रहे हैं। इससे जो है ना अगर वो शहरों में रह के, दिल्ली, बॉम्बे, बेंगलोर, अहमदाबाद सब जगह रह के जो है ना उन्होंने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट किया है, डिजीज जो है ना कॉन्टैक्ट किया है, उस डिजीज को अब इंपोर्ट करके वो गाँव में पहुंचा रहे हैं। इससे जो है ना, या छोटे छोटे शहरों में पहुंचा रहे हैं। इससे जो है तो बीमारी की संख्या अब बढ़ती जा रही है, यही हम समझते हैं। और इसको जो है ना किसी तरह से इसको रोकना, हम नहीं कहते उनको जो है ना तो घर पहुंचने से जो है ना रोकिए, उनको घर नहीं जाने दीजिए। लेकिन इसके लिए हम लोगों को कोई जो है ना मैकेनिज्म, कोई मोडालिटी जो है ना तो अख्तियार करना होगा जिससे इस चीज को स्प्रेड करने से रोक सके।
डॉक्टर रजत।
अंकित, जहाँ तक डेली जो लोग डेली लिविंग के लिए अब निकलना शुरू कर रहे हैं, उनके लिए देखिए यही जो हमारी बेसिक प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, फिजिकल डिस्टेंसिंग, हैंड वॉशिंग, हैंड हाइजीन, नॉट शेयरिंग, कीपिंग अ डिस्टेंस, ये सब चीज़ें बेसिक रूल्स की तरह हमें फॉलो करनी चाहिए। अपार्ट फ्रॉम अब जो रिसेंटली ग्राफ ऊपर जा रहा है हमारा, वो उसका रीज़न सर ने बिल्कुल राइटली सेट कहा। जैसे जैसे टेस्टिंग बढ़ रही है वैसे वैसे नंबर ऑफ केस डिटेक्शन बढ़ रहे हैं। और स्मॉलर टाउन्स में जैसे जैसे लोग जा रहे हैं मेट्रो से, तो डेफिनेटली दे आर कैरिंग इन्फेक्शन एंड देयर आर चांसेस कि वहाँ पे भी इन्फेक्शन के नंबर्स डिटेक्ट होंगे। सो वी हैव टू बी प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर ऑल दिस। बट हमें अपना जो बेसिक है, अगेन फिजिकल डिस्टेंसिंग, हैंड वॉशिंग, ये सब अल्टीमेटली इट कम्स डाउन टू दिस। और सबको यही करना है, चाहे बड़े ऑफिसेज में हो, चाहे डेली लिविंग के हों, कहीं भी we have to follow this rule. We cannot leave this rule.
And also, sir, I would like to add that people who can stay at home and work from home, I think that is the best option they have. If unfortunately they have to go out, then they have to limit themselves going out and try to finish their work as soon as they can and then come back home safely. Because this virus is not coming at your home. You have to bring this virus with you. Then only you can be able to spread it. So if you safely go outside, do your work, and follow all the rightly instructions and precautions, I think you can save yourself, your family, and your neighborhood. Because it's not about the virus for you; it's virus for the neighbor as well. And if someone is suffering around, then it will impact you as well. So I think we need to follow all these things. And I would like Rakesh ji. I think he wants to leave. So yes, Rakesh ji.
Take your leave now, but Yeah, it is very interesting to see. I've learned a lot in this discussion itself, and thank you so much, both of you, Dr. Sabs.
Thank you.
I just
Thank you, sir.
because I'm diabetic and hypertensive, I have to catch some sleep, so I have to go. It's about 11 o'clock here in Hong Kong, so I need to catch my sleep. Thank you so much again.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I would like to invite Dr. Rahul from Bombay.
Hello, good
Good
evening.
evening. How are you?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
So we have Dr.
Good evening.
We have
Good evening,
Dr.
sir. How are you? Namaste.
Good evening, Dr. Rahul.
How are you? I'm
Dr.
good.
Samir and Dr. Rajat, I'll just introduce you. Dr. Rahul, we have one more interaction in detail on 23rd of April. And he is a pulmonologist in Jaslok Hospital, Mumbai. And he is looking after the patient and he is on the duty of the COVID-19. Last time we have the interaction where a lot of viewers has asked lot of question about that. So on our request, Dr. Rahul has come today to reply all the question of the viewers that we have given to him in advance. Yes, Dr. Rahul.
So Dr. Rahul, we
Please.
will start with the what happened to the BMC commissioner. So can you explain what happened?
See,
He has been transferred.
it is not feasible for any one of us to comment on a live telecast what happened to the BMC commissioner. If we are interested in talking about the disease process, let us proceed with that, because there are too many ifs and buts, which is not good to share.
Okay. So I would like to come back to the disease. So what are there any long-term effects of COVID-19? If someone is having or someone is cured of COVID-19, what are the long-term effects?
Ankit, shall I interrupt Dr. Rahul?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Rahul, I'll just introduce you to Dr. Rajit Gupta. He's a pain specialist in Delhi, and Dr. Samir
Yeah.
Verma is a MD physician in a tropical medicine in Bombay, and is a good friend of Dr. Rajiv Mathur.
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Dr.
And
Raju
Dr.
Mathur,
Hello.
my mentor and my guide.
Hello, Dr. Rahul.
Yes, hello. Hello, Dr. Rajat. How are you?
Hello, Dr.
Welcome.
I'm good. Good.
Good. So, Ankit, to take your question,
Yeah.
long-term effects of COVID. We are too early in the phase of the disease to talk of long-term. To be honest to you, we are hardly 5 months in the phase of the disease. What will happen 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, we can only speculate from what the disease is showing up now. As such, as of now, the disease presents with the ARDS sort of a picture. Then, if ARDS, what we have in the later stage is fibrosis of lungs. Okay, that is the terminal stage of ARDS. Where the patient recovers at what stage of the COVID infection, that determines the long-term sequelae of the disease. Suppose if the patient goes into ARDS and we are able to get back the patient in ARDS, there's some amount of fibrosis will remain, some amount of limitation in the lung would remain for that patient. But mind you, 80 to 90% of the patients do not go into critical phase of the illness. 80 to 90% of the patients
Just
are in
little
the
slowly.
milder phase of the illness. So we do
Dr.
not
Rahul,
expect. Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Rahul, let's speak slowly. धीरे धीरे
Sure,
बोलिएगा so that we can understand.
ठीक है सर। देखिए, ये जो कोविड-19 इन्फेक्शन है, इसकी जो सिवियरिटी के ऊपर हम लॉन्ग टर्म इफेक्ट प्रेडिक्ट करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं। अब तक ये बीमारी हमारे पास सिर्फ 5 महीने से है। सिंस जनवरी वी आर हैविंग दिस इन आवर कंट्री। तो अभी इस बात का अनुमान लगाना कि क्या इफेक्ट्स हो सकते हैं, इसके डिजीज प्रोसेस के ऊपर से हम गेज कर सकते हैं, बट अश्योरली कोई बोल नहीं पाएगा इस बारे में 100% कि ये होगा ही। जैसे कि हमने पाया गया है कि कोविड-19 अफेक्ट्स द लंग्स में ARDS सॉर्ट ऑफ पिक्चर कॉज करता है, लंग रेस्पिरेटरी फेलियर कॉज करता है। तो ARDS का जो टर्मिनल पार्ट होता है लंग फाइब्रोसिस होता है, बराबर। तो हम ये अनुमान लगा सकते हैं कि लंग फाइब्रोसिस में ब्रेथलेसनेस, शॉर्टनेस ऑफ ब्रेथ पेशेंट को एट अ लेटर पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम हो सकती है। पर ये किन पेशेंट्स में होगी? जो लोग ARDS में जाएंगे, इनका परसेंटेज कितना है सर? There are less than 5 to 10% people who go into ARDS sort of frank picture, right? 80% people have recovered from the illness during mild to moderate phase, right? So we do not expect long-term any sequelae in 80 to 90% of people. But all those, like see, sometimes it even presents as acute myocardial, यानी हार्ट में सूजन आ जाती है, हार्ट का इन्फ्लेमेशन हो जाता है, राइट? तो उसमें लॉन्ग टर्म जाने पे हार्ट के सिक्वेले आ जाएंगे। acute myocarditis, हार्ट इंजरी जो होती है, इजेक्शन फ्रैक्शन कम हो जाएगा आपका, हार्ट की बीटिंग कम हो जाएगी, पंपिंग एक्शन कम हो जाएगी, ये सारी चीजें हम कंटेम्पलेट कर सकते हैं, राइट सर, क्योंकि हम अभी भी डिजीज के अर्ली फेजेस में हैं, राइट। अभी कुछ पेपर्स पब्लिश हुए कि जिन्होंने कहा कि न्यूरोसाइकेट्रिक सिम्टम्स आते हैं पेशेंट को, राइट, हार्ट में, राइट। सो दैट इज नॉट to be taken into a measure of 100% truth because we are yet to see it. 5 years down the line, 6 years down the line, ये disease evolve होगी, जैसे हमें इसके बारे में और पता पड़ेगा, हम बेटर पोजीशन में रहेंगे ये आपको बताने के लिए कि ये कैसे प्रेजेंट कर पाएगी एट अ लेटर पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम। अभी फिलहाल द नीड ऑफ द आवर इज प्रिवेंशन। नीड ऑफ द आवर क्या है? अपना बचाव, मोर्टेलिटी रेट्स कम रखने हैं, हमें ट्रांसमिशन रेट्स को रोकना है। दैट इज द नीड ऑफ द आवर, बराबर। अगर जो जिंदा रहे, अच्छे से रहे, ट्रांसमिशन रोक पाए, पॉपुलेशन इफेक्ट नहीं हुआ, तो हम लॉन्ग टर्म की सोच सकते हैं। अगर जो हम ये नहीं कर पाए, लॉन्ग टर्म की सोचना व्यर्थ होगा मेरे हिसाब से।
ये भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट
एक आर्टिकल था मैंने, हाँ जी बताइए।
ये भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है कि सपोज somebody recovered from ARDS, suppose somebody recovered from cardiomyopathy, myocarditis,
Right,
post recovery, how it behaves, what is the morbidity and mortality, that is also very important, as rightly told by Dr. Rahul, because this disease is very new for us. We don't have any data, we don't have any study. Every day we have been studying, we have been collecting data, be it in Wuhan, China, be it in Italy, be it in England, be it in Europe, everywhere. तो अभी जो है ना सभी जैसे डेटा आ रहे हैं, हम लोग कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, तो अभी तो ये इसलिए पोस्ट रिकवरी में वो कैसा पेशेंट बिहेव करता है, उसकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ कैसी होती है, वो अभी जो है ना देखना है। डेफिनेटली मोर्बिडिटी तो बहुत ज्यादा रहेगा। एक बार एआरडीएस हो गया, मायोकार्डाइटिस हो गया, मोर्बिडिटी तो जैसे राहुल ने कहा, इजेक्शन फ्रैक्शन कम हो जाएगा, फिर इजेक्शन फ्रैक्शन वो रिवर्सेबल रहेगा, इरिवर्सेबल रहेगा, वहाँ पर फाइब्रोसिस, लंग का फाइब्रोसिस हो जाएगा, हार्ट का फाइब्रोसिस हो जाएगा, वो सूखने जैसी स्थिति में रह जाएगी, तो बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा। फाइब्रोसिस में जो है ना उसका ओरिजिनल टिश्यू जो है निकल गया, उसमें स्कार आ गया, स्कार तो नॉन फंक्शनल होते हैं, तो ठीक से बखूबी काम नहीं करेंगे। जो हमारा नॉर्मल लंग जिसमें इतनी इलास्टिसिटी होती है, जो काम करता है, उसी लंग में जो है ना स्कार हो जाए, जैसे जलने के बाद हो जाता है, तो वो तो उस तरह से काम नहीं करेगा, वो स्कार्ड लंग या स्कार्ड हार्ट। तो ये सब अभी देखना होगा कैसे हमारे पेशेंट रहते हैं, उसके बाद कैसे रिकवरी फेज में पर्सन रहते हैं।
So Dr. Rahul, there is a study going that people who are having a problem with COVID-19 and they are not able to breathe, and that study happened in National Geographic, and so they have created a skeleton of a patient who enrolled from George Washington University. The kind of sample he's seeing. So, do you have anything on that?
Yeah, okay. To be honest to you, the COVID-19 presents like an ARDS, Adult Respiratory Distress Syndrome. इसके लिए सबसे बड़ी स्टडी जो है, नेटवर्क ट्रायल इज ऑलरेडी डन इन यूरोप एंड ऑल द पार्ट्स ऑफ द कंट्री एंड द वर्ल्ड, एंड द रिजल्ट्स आर नॉट सो एनकरेजिंग। ओके, मैं बताना चाहता हूँ ये डिजीज कैसे लंग को अफेक्ट करती है। जब वायरस जाकर लंग के सेल्स में बैठता है, बॉडी एक इम्यून रिस्पॉन्स जनरेट करता है। क्या होता है कि जो दो परतें रहती हैं बॉडी के ये सेल्स के बीच में, उसमें पानी जमा हो जाता है, जिसको हम इन्फ्लेमेशन कहते हैं इंग्लिश में, राइट। जब पानी जमा हो जाता है कहीं किसी चीज पे, तो आपको पता है पानी अपनी स्पेस ऑक्यूपाई करेगा, है ना, और फिर वो उसको ऑक्सीजनेशन को कम करता है, राइट। Aniket, if you could get this video off, because there's some ad going there, lungs ka, on the Nat Geo. Right? Could you just get this video off? Because I'm trying to explain to you the concept of what is going to happen, what's happening in the lung, right? तो क्या होता है, पानी जब जमा हो जाता है तो इसमें ब्लड सेल्स आ जाते हैं, बॉडी के फाइटिंग एजेंट्स, और फिर बॉडी के केमिकल्स रहते हैं। जैसे हम बायोलॉजिकल वेपन्स ऑफ वॉर यूज करते हैं, बॉडी भी अपने बायोलॉजिकल वेपन्स ऑफ वॉर यूज करती है, जिसको हम लोग साइटोकाइन्स बोलते हैं, वो आ जाते हैं प्ले में। तो व्हाट हैपेंस इज, फाइब्रोब्लास्ट नाम के सेल्स रहते हैं, TH1 और TH2 हेल्पर सेल्स रहते हैं, तो वो क्या करते हैं, फाइब्रोसिस करना शुरू कर देते हैं। फाइब्रोसिस क्यों होना शुरू हो जाता है बॉडी में, तो बॉडी वांट्स टू लिमिट द इंजरी, दिस बॉडीज ओन डिफेंस मैकेनिज्म, राइट। बट क्या हो जाता है, इट गोज आउट ऑफ प्रोपोर्शन, फाइन। So first is the stage of inflammation, then the stage of proliferation, प्रॉब्लम बढ़ता है, फिर stage of fibrosis होता है, right? तो इसमें आप कुछ भी कर लो, okay, if your strategies are right, you can get the patient out very quickly and very fast. If your strategies are right and they change from patient to patient. इसमें कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि बाबा ये स्टैंडर्ड फॉलो कर लो, 6 ml per kg बॉडी वेट ये ऑक्सीजनेशन देना है या नहीं देना है, प्रोन वेंटिलेशन यूज करना है नहीं करना, बहुत सारी स्ट्रेटजीज है हमारे पास आज, राइट? बट आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ द कॉज इज मस्ट, क्योंकि जिस कॉज से एआरडीएस हुआ है उस कॉज को आप हिट करोगे तो ये रिवर्सिबल हो जाता है अर्ली फेजेस में. बट इफ इट प्रोसेस टू स्टेज ऑफ फाइब्रोसिस, जैसे सर ने कहा फाइब्रोसिस यानी डेड स्कार होता है, राइट? डेड स्कार से आप क्या ऑपरेट कर पाओगे? तो फिर वो लिमिटेशन तो रहेगी थोड़ी तो इसमें.
Okay, but sir, how we can relate these kind of symptoms with the asthmatic patient, because they are also having the breathing problem?
See, is your question over, Ankit, or you want to ask something more about asthma? Is your question over, Ankit?
Yeah.
You want to ask more? Okay, let me answer to you. See, asthma has an advantage in COVID. What advantage? Let me tell you. There's a theory in COVID which is called cytokine storm theory, which causes a lot of damage. Cytokine storm is body's inflammatory response. यानी शरीर अपनी प्रतिरोधक क्षमता से ज्यादा हमला करता है, राइट? और जब अस्थमा वाले पेशेंट में हम ऑलरेडी स्टीरॉइड बेस्ड इनहेलर्स देते रहते हैं पेशेंट को कंट्रोल के लिए, राइट? तो इसीलिए अस्थमा के पेशेंट्स में ज्यादा मॉर्बिडिटीज नहीं पाई जाती हैं, राइट? बट इफ दिस पीपल लैंड अप इनटू ARDS, right, you had it means simply you had it. क्योंकि क्या होता है, इनकी लंग जो रहती है जो स्टिफ हो जाती है बराबर वेंटिलेटर पे, और फिर इसको एक एंटिटी होती है जिसको डायनामिक हाइपर इन्फ्लेशन, यानी लंग डायनामिकली एक्सपांड हो जाता है पूरा और वेंटिलेटर सिंक्रोनी होती है, राइट? तो इसके लिए हमारी सबकी कोशिश ये रहती है कि कोई अस्थमैटिक जो हो वो वेंटिलेटर पे ना जाए. यू गेटिंग माय पॉइंट, राइट?
Yeah.
So our best mode of strategy is to prevent asthmatic from going into ventilation, even if it's COVID or non-COVID. Asthmatic on ventilator is a different ball game, sir. It's a ball game where the pressures play a role, where the volume trauma comes in, wherein a lot of other factors play a role, and ventilation becomes very difficult for such patients. So in all attempts, COVID does not present with such a severity as the NEGM में एक study publish हुई है, because UK has the highest number of asthmatics. They found to some reason asthmatics have not so many comorbidity, seriousness of the disease progression. One of the explanation could be we give them steroid-based inhalers, and another explanation could be asthmatics are taught to keep a cleaner environment to prevent recurrent exacerbations. तो जैसे हम वो क्लीन एनवायरनमेंट अपने अस्थमा के लिए रखते हैं, तो कोविड भी उसी तरह बाहर निकल जाता है उसके क्लीन एनवायरनमेंट के साथ.
Okay. And sir, also people who are suffering from lung diseases, are they also at a higher risk during COVID-19?
See, what happens with lung diseases is basically one should understand the lung is compromised. Okay, lung is compromised in its defense mechanism. Lung is compromised in its epithelial integrity, यानी lung की जो lining होती है वो compromise होती है. तो COVID-19 becomes very easy for any virus. COVID-19 छोड़ दो, कोई भी वायरस को lung को invade करने के लिए, right? And अगर जो होस्ट की इम्यूनिटी थोड़ी ज्यादा कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो जाए यहाँ तो लंग में फ्लोरिड निमोनियास हो जाते हैं, वायरल निमोनियास हो जाते हैं, एआरडीएस सॉर्ट ऑफ पिक्चर आ जाती है, वेंटिलेटर एसोसिएटेड निमोनियास भी काफी डिस्टर्बिंग है लंग्स के लिए, राइट? बेसिकली स्मोकिंग इज डन टू मच, राइट? लॉट ऑफ इंटीग्रिटी ऑफ द लंग एपिथेलियम इज डिस्ट्रॉयड. इंटीग्रिटी यानी उसकी जो मैट्रिक्स जो होती है, जो लंग को संभाल के रखती है बराबर, वो एंजाइम होता है इलास्टेस, न्यूट्रोफिल इलास्टेस, उससे वो टूट जाता है. Okay. और बेसल मेम्ब्रेन की जो परत रहती है वो टूट जाती है. तो ऐसा कहने का मतलब है कि आपका वायरस एंटर है डैमेज लंग में पहले, और जब वो डैमेज लंग में एंटर होता है तो धमाल मचाता है, फिर क्योंकि बॉडी तो रिस्पांस माउंट नहीं कर पाती इतनी, तो पेशेंट सीवियर हो जाते हैं उसमें.
Okay.
Sir, would you like to add something, Samir sir?
Dr. Verma, you want to say something before we leave?
Would you like to add in something to what I've said?
No, perfect.
Thank you, sir.
So I would like to thank Dr. Verma for joining us today, and we will see you next time whenever we'll host you. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Ankit, for calling me.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Ankit, for calling me.
Joy to see
Thank
you.
you, Dr. Rahul. Thanks a lot for your eloquent description. Thanks a lot. Sure.
Ankit, hi.
Yes, Dr. Rahul. Dr. Rahul,
Yes.
One of our viewers from Nigeria, they are facing a problem because in Nigeria there are a lot of cases of pneumonia during
Yeah.
COVID, and they also have a
Yes.
testing problem. So they are trying to do the testing, but they don't have the testing kits. That's what's happening in a lot of countries in Africa. So how you can see that these kind of symptoms, especially in Africa?
See, to be honest to you, if there are no testing kits, the degree which a radiologist would differ from a COVID pneumonia to a non-COVID pneumonia is only 5% difference of opinion among the radiologists. It is study proven. Okay, this is published study data कि दो रेडियोलॉजिस्ट के बीच में कोविड निमोनिया के लेकर ओपिनियन मैच होते हैं, है ना? तो जब आपके पास टेस्टिंग किट अवेलेबल नहीं है तो अपने सीटी स्कैन तो अवेलेबल होगा आपके पास, अपने रेडियोलॉजिस्ट की हेल्प लीजिए, आप क्वांटिफाई कीजिए डैमेज क्या है बराबर, और उसका ट्रीटमेंट स्टार्ट कीजिए. कि बेसिकली कोविड का ट्रीटमेंट सपोर्टिव है, अभी तक कोई मेडिसिन इतनी कारगर साबित हुई नहीं है. आई एम सॉरी टू से टिल नाउ वी हैव जस्ट हर्ड, जैसे लगता है ना एक गुलाब का फूल दिखा देते गुलदस्ते से कि ये दवाई आ रही है, ये दवाई आ रही है, आ कहाँ रही है गॉड नोस, because it's still too early to comment anything on that, right? So best supportive treatment. Okay, जैसे मैंने ARDS बोला तो ARDS का मैनेजमेंट क्या है, राइट? फ्लूइड रिस्ट्रिक्शन थेरेपी, प्रेशर कंट्रोल्स करने, वॉल्यूम कंट्रोल करना, लंग का वेंटिलेटर स्ट्रेटजीज एडजस्ट करनी है आपको, राइट? एंड यू हैव टू टेक गुड केयर ऑफ पेशेंट. Okay, then there's interleukin 6, which is a anti cytokine enzyme, which is not available everywhere, right? But there are other cognos of it. So you have to choose your kitty. The doctor has to choose his kitty and take a best jigsaw puzzle and play it accordingly. See, there cannot be a one standard rule in this disease. This disease will be treated by this pattern only, because the virus has mutated till now 30 times. If this is the rate of mutation of the virus, then I don't think so there is one way which you can handle it. You will have to handle it as case goes by.
And sir, also a lot of doctors are also very worried or maybe very scared or tense during the COVID situation, mentally as well as the way you work, because sometimes doctors are not able to drink water in a lot of maybe 5, 7, 10 hours once they have the PPE kit ready. So what kind of precautions you are dealing in hospitals?
See, basically such things are known to happen, right? There are no precautions for such things except for your mental preparedness. Have water early and go in. If आपने वो PPE सूट डाल लिया तो PPE सूट itself is suffocating so much, uncomfortable suit.
Yeah.
Right. So you have to bear with it. There's no other choice. You have to think. If you save yourself, you can save 10 other people.
True.
Right. If you don't save yourself, then let me tell you, to make a good doctor, it takes 40 years of hard work and institutional training, effort by the government from when the child grows up to become a doctor. And to lose a doctor just in a freak stroke is 40 years की मेहनत एक साथ आपकी पानी में चली गई. समझे? ये कोई रियलाइज नहीं करता. एक अच्छा डॉक्टर बनाने के आपको 40 साल तक जाते हैं. तो उस 40 साल को याद रखें लोग कि मैंने 40 साल, जैसे मेरा एक बात वॉइड आएगा 40 साल का, और बेयर कर लें चीजों से. Because there is no point in complaining about anything, Ankit, now. Right? We are in the disease.
I'm just trying to understand that how you keep yourself mentally strong and mentally fit, so that you all go out and do it. Because I spoke to a lot of doctors offline, and their families are not happy. That they think that this is a very difficult situation, and I mean we are very worried about you. And they have also so I'm just trying to understand how actually.
See, I tell you now, honestly, one thing. Let me tell you a testimony of my life. I was in a very bad state of Parkinson's disease. I've seen death approaching closely. And I've realized one thing. मरना है तो मरना है दोस्त. चाहे डर के मरो या हंस के मरो. जाना तो हर एक को एक दिन ऊपर है. It is your decision how you want to live your life like. Right? Who is important to you in your life? If family is important, then I would say please stay with your family. Right? Do not come out. Okay?
Yeah.
Then you will should have no regrets. If your profession is important, please come into the field. Then have no regrets. Life without regrets, because whether I will catch COVID or I will not catch COVID is speculative, right? I've seen death closely, so I know कि मुझे पता है कि जाना तो एक दिन तो जाना ही है हमको सबको, right? तो क्यों ना हंसते हंसते चले जाए. देखो लोड लेके ना अंकित सोच सोच के ना हम व्हाट वी गेट इनटू इज दैट साइकिल वेयर वी बॉग डाउन आवरसेल्व्स, वी ब्रेक डाउन आवरसेल्व्स, गवर्नमेंट को गाली देते हैं, इसको गाली देते हैं। क्या फायदा? कुछ बदलने वाला है उससे? एटलीस्ट डू व्हाट वी कैन डू इन आवर हैंड्स। अगर जो आप मेरे उन डॉक्टर से निवेदन है जो नहीं जा सकते फ्रंट पे, बराबर, जो फील्ड पे नहीं आ सकते, चिंता की कोई बात नहीं, आप फिर भी हेल्प कर सकते हो लोगों की। कैसे? गो ऑनलाइन, सर्व द आर्टिकल्स, फाइंड फॉर्म अ यूनिक कोऑर्डिनेशन अमंग्स योर पीपल, बिकॉज जो फ्रंट लाइन पे है उसके पास टाइम नहीं है ऑनलाइन जाने का, पढ़ने का, डेटा गैदर करने का, राइट? जो ऑफलाइन बैठे हुए डॉक्टर्स हैं, दे कैन डू दिस थिंग फॉर द ऑनलाइन डॉक्टर्स। फाइंड आउट सम स्ट्रेटजीज, कम अप विद द स्ट्रेटजीज, टेल योर फ्रेंड्स, देखो भाई ये दुनिया में चल रहा है, आप इसको इम्प्लीमेंट कीजिए और फिर रिजल्ट देंगे। सो वंस ये जो दो तबके हैं, देखो क्या होता है, लोग घर पे बैठे हैं तो अपने आप को लॉक करके बैठे थे, पर इंटरनेट तो आपको लॉक नहीं किया है, इंटरनेट तो है, तो आप घर बैठे भी अपने कलीग्स की मदद कर सकते हैं। इस बात में फ्रस्ट्रेट होकर जलने से अच्छा कि मैं घर में क्यों बैठा हूँ, खुश रहिए कि आप घर में बैठे हैं, ताकि आप अपने कलीग्स की जो फ्रंट लाइन पे है उनकी हेल्प बहुत कारगर तरीके से कर सकते हैं, और जो आप अपना समय इस्तेमाल करना जानते हैं तो।
No, sir, very well said, and I think it's a very good information, and especially for doctors, because जैसे आप बता रहे हैं, अगर सब लोग ऐसे ही सोचेंगे तो I think we can certainly fight with these kind of pandemic, because it's a one world, and we have to plan and share the best practices so that we can win this we can win this corona war. Basically, I know it will take time, and corona will be with us for a long period of time, but once we have a vaccine, then we have a big relief or big room to do it. But I would also ask you, do you think we need more psychologists in this current pandemic, both for doctors and for patients? Because a lot of patients are also afraid of. Yes, sir.
Yeah, honestly speaking, more than psychologist, I feel we need a lot of information dissemination, right? Because what is killing us is lack of information. कि जब आप एक अंधेरे एक वैक्यूम में आ जाते हो कोविड नाम के, बराबर, जहां पर आप हर बार ये सुनते हो कि न्यूज चैनल बोल रहे हैं कि ये डॉक्टर मर गए, एंड इट बीइंग बम्बार्डेड एवरी डे, इतने डॉक्टर मर रहे हैं, इतने फ्रंट लाइन वर्कर रहे हैं। अरे मरे तो रहेंगे 2 या 3, which is expected. I'm not being asympathetic, but I have full sympathy towards my fraternity. But this is the risk we carry.
Yeah.
ये रिस्क को हम नेगेट नहीं कर सकते, हम नहीं चाहते हुए भी हमें वो सिचुएशन फेस करनी पड़ती है कभी कभी, राइट? सो हम क्या कर सकते हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन का नेटवर्क बना दो एक अच्छा सॉलिड, एंड प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट द न्यूज चैनल्स नॉट टू बम्बार्ड डेथ रेट्स टू मच, एक बार आपने बता दिया कितने गए तो ठीक है, कुछ पॉजिटिव चीजें भी हो रही हैं उसके साथ, राइट? गवर्नमेंट की कुछ पॉजिटिव स्ट्रेटजीज आ रही है, अब पॉजिटिव्स पे क्यों नहीं फोकस करते?
ठीक बात है
कि पॉजिटिव पे फोकस है तो लोगों को पता पड़ेगा क्या हो रहा है यार। देखो आजकल आदमी इतना डरा हुआ है कि बोलता है अरे कल क्या होने वाला है मुझे पता नहीं, मुझे खुद बाहर निकल गए। आपने सुना रहेगा सुबह पटड़ी के नीचे बेचारे वर्कर्स मर गए मालगाड़ी के अंदर, राइट? बट नो इन्फॉर्मेशन। अगर जो उनके पास इन्फॉर्मेशन होती कि गवर्नमेंट की 1 2 3 4 स्ट्रेटजीज हैं, प्लानिंग ऐसी चल रही है, तो कौन निकल के जाएगा यार घर के बाहर? सी दिस इज व्हाट, इंस्टेड ऑफ गेटिंग अ साइकोलॉजिस्ट टू वर्क, if proper information is disseminated, right, we accept the truth but we work towards a better world. That is what I want to tell.
And also, sir, I would like to add that prevention is better than cure. If we prevent ourselves, then I think we don't have to work about the cure and all those things, because cure might be a little far from here, but if we prevent very well, if we follow the right precautions and if we follow what our doctors are guiding us and sharing the thoughts and sharing the best practices, I think we can survive well. And
here I want to tell the viewers especially, please do not hide your symptoms. हमने काफी बार पाया कि पेशेंट को कोविड जैसे सिम्टम्स होते हैं, पेशेंट डॉक्टर के पास कोविड हॉस्पिटल में नहीं जाना चाहते हैं, वो दूसरे हॉस्पिटल में आना चाहते हैं, तो क्या हो जाता है, दूसरे हॉस्पिटल को इन्फेक्शन हो जाता है, राइट? आपके लिए डेजिग्नेटेड एरिया है, भले वो फुल प्रूफ नहीं है, भले वो 5 स्टार होटल जैसा आलिशान कमरा नहीं है उधर, राइट? वो आपके लिए डेजिग्नेटेड एरिया है। क्या आप इस महामारी को रोकने के लिए कोऑपरेट करने को तैयार हैं गवर्नमेंट और हमारे साथ? या हम ऐसे अपने ऐशो आराम की, या मुझे इस 5 स्टार रूम चाहिए, ये चाहिए, वो चाहिए, चाहे मैं झूठ बोल के 10 लोगों को इन्फेक्ट करूं, बिल्कुल ऐसा इररिस्पांसिबल बिहेवियर हमें दिखाना चाहिए? दिस इज अ क्वेश्चन आई हैव फॉर द व्यूअर्स टू थिंक अबाउट। थोड़ी सी तकलीफ होगी, बिल्कुल, पर आप महामारी को रोक सकते हो। रोक लिया तो अच्छी बात होगी, नहीं रोक पाए तो सब जानते हैं। फिर अंकित, आपको जो सवाल है ना, लॉन्ग टर्म इफेक्ट्स, वो वैलिड नहीं रहेगा कि लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए जिंदा रहने कोई लगेगा अपना।
Bilkul, sir. Well said. And I think we have to do as a global community, and that's what Kimberly wants to know, that how we can work together and share information in a much more better, appropriate environment within ourselves and within the countries. What do you think, sir?
Information in a most appropriate environment. You want me to answer this, Ankit, or somebody else is
Yes,
taking
sir.
the question? Okay.
No,
Pardon? Tell me, Ankit.
you can take this question, sir. This is for you.
This for me, okay. See, Ankit, the information can be shared in a very designated way. There should be one person to disseminate all information. None of us speak anything. See, like you asked me about the BMC thing, right? I told you very plainly that it is not appropriate in this pattern to speak, right?
Close.
Even if I know, why should I jump on a television screen? Baba, ye hua. नहीं, जरूरत नहीं है ना उसकी.
ठीक बात.
How does somebody's presence in office change my approach to the disease? It doesn't.
Yeah.
So let us talk of relevant things first.
True.
And let us emphasize to people what is being done in the pipeline. अपने देश में कितने तरह से रिसर्च स्टडीज हो रहे हैं अपने देश में, आपको पता है? There's one company, I'll not name it. It has a fantastic molecule which is taken by ICMR, alpha hydroxylase. उसका लिया है Newlip करके एक और molecule है which are being tried. Indigenous companies are being bringing up such things.
Yes, sir.
So when they're for study phases, who will tell the world? You guys, the news channels will tell the world that such a research is happening. हम सोचते हैं कि यार हमारे पास कोई रिसर्च ही नहीं हो रहा है. We are hopeless situation. We are not a hopeless country. 90% of our stock we are producing, N95 masks. We are supplying ventilators to the world, right? You are aware of that, right? When we can do it for the world, we can do it for our home also, right?
Certainly, sir. Certainly.
So ये confidence
like to Sir, I understand. Sir, media is not doing what the media needs to do, and we have to talk about positive. There are a lot of things going around during COVID. You can see that atmosphere is rebooting himself, and we are seeing a lot of environmental happiness going around. We are seeing birds all over. I mean, I'm not sure about Bombay, but Delhi atmosphere is superb, and we have never seen it from past decades.
Right.
So that's happening all around. People are happy. Everything is going fine. It's just that we are sitting at home and idly. So you know that when people sit idle, they have a lot of things to do. So and that bothers them. But we need to speak. Yes,
Can I give you a suggestion? See, sitting idly at home is a blessing. क्यों? आज तक कभी फुर्सत नहीं थी अपने घर वालों से बात करने की. आपको काम में बिजी रहते थे, आने जाने में वक्त बिताते थे. आज कुछ फुर्सत मिली है, मिलके दो बातें कर लो, मुस्कुरा लो, देख लो एक दूसरे को. तुम एक परिवार के हो, पर एक परिवार के नहीं थे. तुम वर्क परिवार के थे, घर के परिवार के नहीं थे. आज तो वो मौका मिला है, उसको तुम हाथ से न जाने दो दोस्त.
Well said, sir. Well said. Well said. But also, I mean, you know that, I mean, a lot of people wants to go out, and I don't want to mention where, but you know that there are a lot of lines outside big cities and small towns.
Yes.
And all those things that are not following social distancing. And we at IBM TV, especially our viewers, are very concerned that this might cause another problem in near future. I don't know why. I can't comment on government and all those things, but I don't see it's going in the right direction.
Let me tell you, Ankit, honestly, one thing. When will the people form lines? When they are not having information, when they are not sure of what is going to happen. और उसको ये लग रहा है कि यार इस प्रदेश में कोरोना इतना बढ़ गया है, डूम्सडे ही आ रहा है, मैं अपने परिजनों को जाके मिलके देख लूं यार एक बार, या मैं यहाँ से निकल भाग जाऊं. Right? This is standard human reaction.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work happening. Let the reporter approach the authorities. तो क्या काम कर रहे हैं, बराबर उसको पब्लिसाइज कीजिए ना. लोगों में आराम का वातावरण लाइए, लोगों में पैनिक मत लाइए. बोले देखो अंकित कैसे होता है उनमें जो न्यूज चैनल ऐसे होता है, आज की ब्रेकिंग न्यूज 10 मर गए 10. अरे एवरी मिनट यू आर टॉकिंग 10 मर गए 11 तो मरा नहीं पूरे दिन भर में, तो आई एम हैप्पी. 10 के ऊपर ही रुक गया, बराबर 11वां बचा लिया उसने, राइट, 11वां बचा लिया. तो यार आप लोग पॉजिटिव चीजें बात करो ना. See, we have to be mentally strong to face this disease. Number one, we have to use all our weapons at hand. Let it be anything and everything to curb it. And it is curbable. I'm not saying we cannot win this. When we have controlled it to such a level in the world, वर्ल्ड से हम इतने अच्छे कर रहे हैं, वी कैन डू इट बेटर. लाइक आई हैव रिजॉर्टेड टू अंकित, जब मैं घर में रहता हूँ मैं गाने बनाता हूँ, गाने गाता हूँ,
Okay.
दोस्तों को सुनाता हूँ और अपना टाइम पास करता हूँ, वीडियो एडिटिंग करता हूँ, साउंड एडिटिंग करता हूँ, राइट.
That's
आई
very
हैव
good.
डेवलप्ड माय पैशंस इन
Yeah.
दिस टाइम, राइट.
So that's what we are doing. I mean, on IBM TV, we are doing live shows since the lockdown started. I remember since 13th of March, we are doing live shows for our audience around the world.
Yes.
And it's 70 for us, and we discuss the best practices. And we always try to be positive in a round, and we try to share the best information because a lot of information is not available for our viewers on media channel. And you know, I'll tell you one more thing what happened. Last week, there was a asteroid from space was about to hit Earth, but it just passes by. You know about it? None of the media people covered that.
See,
It
media
was a big
people do
corona.
it.
It was as big as a dinosaur.
Something which was bigger.
It was closely hit by the Earth. Basically, it's just that we just make
Missed
ourselves.
out.
I don't know. I mean, fortunately, it just passes by. But if it hits, it would be a big damage, basically.
See, Ankit, I will tell you one more positive take in this story. I don't believe whether you believe in God or not. I'm a firm believer in God. What's it? ऊपर वाले ने जो कॉमेट को बाहर से धकल दिया, जो अपने को लग के, और वो फुटता था तो अर्थ जीरो होता था, लाइफ जीरो होता था पे. इट वाज दैट बिग. ओके, द इंपैक्ट वुड हैव बीन दैट बैड. जब ऊपर वाले ने उसको ढकल दिया, तो ये क्या चीज है?
सही बात है, बिल्कुल.
It's a time of testing of faith and holding on to what you have. That's it, and soon the storm will be over.
No, sir, I completely agree. I can see the life after pandemic. If we can survive today, we have a very good and bright future tomorrow for us and for our future generations. But
And
we have to live together, and we have to live like a team, and we have to live like a family. We can't do everything alone, basically.
Yeah, Ankit, like I told you, the doctors who are at home, log on the internet, surf for theater research, use your intellect, find out research papers which are going to benefit those in the front line, pass it on to the front line, help your front lines well. ऐसा नहीं है कि आप पीछे बैठे तो आपकी कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं है. जब एक सोल्जर वॉर करने जाता है तो उसको ग्राउंड डिफेंस स्ट्रेंथ लगती है. एरोप्लेन जब एयर स्ट्राइक करता है तो उसको रेडार को एयर ट्रैफिक कंट्रोल गाइड करते हैं, बराबर. वी नीड अ टीम. इट कैन नॉट बी ऑलवेज ऑन द फ्रंट लाइन. वी नीड समबडी ऑन द बैक लाइन. And believe me, if this coordination is achieved among our doctors, well, front line or back line ka, we can win any capable war with any pandemic. Because if you have bolo,
Sir, what I mean, how we can share the information in a much more appropriate manner, not in India but around the world. Because I think that it might be through government it's going on, but can we do something privately? Maybe on IBM TV.
What we do, what I do, I will tell you. Colleagues across the world, we log on to Zoom call, okay, and we discuss our scenarios with each other. Zoom is a platform which gives us free calls to 40 minutes, and we have been fortunate enough to every time get extra 40 minutes and extra 40 minutes on the call. But the company also realizes these guys are doing something fruitful, so let them be benefited by that 40 minutes, and we always hope for those 40 minutes to come.
Okay, that's good, sir.
So you know, we can share information with your colleagues. Number one, you can share information with people. Number two, number three, what you can do is form a team of your experts across the world, right? And you can discuss research studies which have come. See, there's so much chaos in the research world कि हर कोई 3 पेशेंट 4 पेशेंट का स्टडी करके पब्लिश कर देता है. पब्लिकेशन की होड़ लगी हुई है. आपने देखा रहेगा अंकित. And if I go through your questions, Ankit, you guys have gone through the research papers and put the questions down there. Viewers have gone to the research papers, right? I know that you have gone. Because I have also screened the research papers every day. So you know, जब आप स्क्रीनिंग करते हो तो आपको पता पड़ना चाहिए कौन से रिसर्च को उठाना, कौन सा नहीं उठाना, कौन सा फायदा है, कौन सा नहीं है. और जो ये इन्फॉर्मेशन शेयर हो जाए हर प्लेटफॉर्म पे, will come out with a positive and a most devastating weapon with our hands to destroy this disease.
Sir, we try our best to do it, and before I'll tell you how we make ourselves available before our show. I try to watch all the world news, what's happening in different parts of the world, and world news not about the death rate, but about what are the positives coming out from different worlds, what are the research things, and how we can discuss that on our platform. And also, while doing it, I realized that suppose I have a lab in India, and I am almost at the third stage of testing or clinical trial. Is it possible that I can share my formula or my licensing to a company in a different country, and then they manufacture medicine for that? Because
To be honest
yes, sir.
to you, Ankit, I'm cutting on this. This is a policy decision making question. Okay.
Okay.
Here the government norms have to be followed, and the
Okay.
policies of the pharma industry. Pharma industry is
Yeah.
not a hanky panky industry. The pharmacological company society is there. They have laid down some norms for the industry to function, right? You just cannot take a molecule license and give it to somebody to say, "Abhi aap bhi प्रयोग करके देख लो करके." It is not that easy.
अच्छा, okay.
See, there are laws governing this thing and that thing. Because what if that drug causes adverse drug reaction in the other country, buddy? Who will be responsible for that? You know, it's a double-edged sword. So what I'll suggest is, what we can do is we can take research licenses across the place. You know, that is what like Remdesivir was tried in US, was tried in China. We can have association with investigators across the world. We can make a whole platform, update it, which is happening now. Fortunately, is happening. A lot of websites, if you go, like clinicaltrials.gov.in, has a data of all the trials which is going on, right? So access those. And do not succumb to any hanky panky news कि आज वैक्सीन बन गई है, सक्सेसफुल हो गई है, ये रामबाण आ गया, वो रामबाण है. रामबाण है तो इतने मर क्यों रहे हैं भाई? डिजीज क्यों नहीं रही है? Right? Are we ignorant? So much ignorance is there in our doctors that we don't want to use those things? I say no, because we have to wait carefully, right? In this scenario of confusion, the best thing is आत्ममंथन करो. टीवी को थोड़ा बंद रखो, न्यूज चैनल्स को खासकर बंद रखिए, बराबर. डेवलप योर टैलेंट्स एंड ट्रस्ट योर डॉक्टर who are working hard for you. That's it, sir.
Well said, sir. And also, sir, while doing all those best possible things, we still see a lot of news from different countries that they are claiming that the vaccine is coming in September, in August, maybe in July, things like that. But my question to you is that suppose if someone will come up with a vaccine maybe in December in India, okay, but we are 1 billion people. Do you think it's possible to get the vaccinated to everyone within a short span of time?
Let me ask you a question, simple, Ankit. We have 1 billion people, and where have we restricted our disease to? Have we crossed even 1 lakh? We are not even crossed 1 lakh on the router, right? How many deaths are there in our country? Are they in lakhs?
No.
No. When we have played so well here, we will play better there. Okay? My point to you is, Ankit, very straight and very simple, that the way we are playing with this disease, at what levels are we playing with this disease, is so good and so effective that despite not being the best healthcare in the world, we are not the best healthcare in the world. Let's be honest to it, right? We are one of the countries who people look down to when it comes to healthcare. Now people are looking up to us on healthcare, right?
Yeah.
But when we can, with the public, doctor and government participation in together in one accord, right, to restrict this disease spread, right, we can achieve wonders. Right. We can produce wonders, Ankit. Okay.
Yes.
So we can do it. It is not that ki kisne vaccine banai to ya. I'll tell you, the production capacity in India is so great. We have such an indigenous production system. See, I was a pharmaceutical company head at Gufic, medical head, right? At Gufic medical manager, medical services. Our plants were so good. I was shocked to see an Indian plant fully automated.
Okay.
कभी हमने सुना है किसी कंपनी का प्लांट fully automated? सिप्ला के प्लांट fully automated है वैसे, right? We have the technology, boss, but just we are not aware of it. समझे आप?
Yeah. Awareness is what we are missing because we have a lot of things to do on the news portal, and that's why things are not shared.
We are always carried away by the West. We are always caught away by the West. We have also good things in our country, right? If I tell you the plants are run by not more than 10 people, would you believe it? The Navsari plant of Gufic only request 10 people to run the full plant. It is fully automated plant, no touch technique. So when I'm giving you the name of one company which I've worked with, right? There are so many companies in the country, so many production units which are doing well. So your country has a capability to produce quality products, number one. We should remember that. Our country has the capability of launching new products, right? And third, our country has the best brains in the world, right? since we have the best brains in the world, we should trust our brains. That's it.
No, well said, sir. Well said. So
Namaste.
I would like to welcome Dr. Saggu on our show today on IBM TV. Dr. Saggu,
Yes,
we
sir.
have Dr. Rahul Bahut from Mumbai, and he's a pulmonologist consultant at Jaslok Hospital.
Namaste,
Hi,
sir.
Dr. Rahul. Namaste, Dr. Rahul. How are you?
Last time you were receiving me, today I am receiving you, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Rahul. So,
Great.
how is the condition in Mumbai?
See, मुंबई में कंडीशन का क्या कहना? मुंबई में कंडीशन का क्या कहना? वही सुबह वही शाम तो रोज होना. पेशेंट देखते देखते दिन निकल जाता है, शाम कब होती है नया सवेरा फिर आ जाता है. राइट. समय कैसे जा रहा है पता नहीं पड़ता. वातावरण को देख के मजा लेने का समय नहीं रहता. खुश रहते हैं देख के एक दूसरे के चेहरों को. दुआ करते हैं खुदा से ऐसे मिलते रहें सबके साथ, खुशियां फैलाते रहें.
वाह 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 वाह.
Well said, well said. आपकी बातों में सारी झलक हमें मिल गई हैं. दुख भी था, सुख भी था, खुशियां भी थी, गम भी था, और एक मजा भी था जो आप अभी फील कर रहे हैं हमसे बात करते हुए. बट आई थिंक
बिल्कुल
you are a warrior, and I think that's what you are doing at this point of time.
डॉक्टर राहुल, इस तरह के जो मजे की जरूरत भी है अभी. So we should not be talking always about the COVID-19. We should be, entertaining ourselves also and the other family members also. It's a good humor.
गाना लिखा है, मेरा नाम है कोरोना. Right. I'll share with you sometime later because today is the show time, right? I don't want to interrupt the show proceedings.
नहीं सर, बिल्कुल आप कहिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. आज मूड में तो आज ही करते हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
बिल्कुल शो पे करते हैं ना आज.
शो पे कर रहा है, ठीक है. चलो. एक वायरस है जिसका नाम कोरोना, कहता है कुछ तो करो, नहीं तो पड़ेगा रोना, यदि बाहों में मेरी पड़ो. एक वायरस है जिसका नाम कोरोना, कहता है कुछ तो करो, मुझसे बचने के लिए प्यारे अपने घर में तुम बंद रहो. एक वायरस है जिसका नाम कोरोना, कहता है कुछ तो करो, मुझे गंदगी भाती नहीं प्यारे, इसलिए गंदगी को तुम अपने से दूर रखो. एक वायरस है जिसका नाम कोरोना, कहता है थूका न करो, कोरोना योद्धा और सरकार का सम्मान तुम दिल से करो. करोगे सम्मान तो बचे रहोगे प्यारे, मेरे प्रकोप से तुम हर पल. अगर जो ये नहीं रहे प्यारे तो कहाँ जाओगे तुम भटकते इस वक्त. एक वायरस है जिसका नाम कोरोना, कहता है कुछ तो करो, नहीं तो पड़ेगा रोना, यदि बाहों में मेरी गिरो. एक वायरस है जिसका नाम कोरोना, कहता है मुझसे सीखो, प्रदूषण कम करो प्यारे, और सुंदर धरती को तुम देखो. एक वायरस है. I'm just developing this song, which covers all the aspects of it, We should,
it's a wonderful humor, Dr. Rahul. I must appreciate. Yeah.
Thank you.
सर, मैं इससे आपको 2 लाइनें और इसमें ऐड करवा देता हूँ. कोरोना से डरो ना, बट हमें कोरोना से लड़ोना वाला सिनेरियो और उसमें ऐड अप कर दो, तो आई थिंक
वो देखो उसको हमको कैसे करोगे. एक वायरस है जिसका नाम कोरोना,
कहता है मुझसे डरो,
पर मैं कहता हूँ डरना नहीं प्यारे, इससे तुम जम के तुम खूब लड़ाई करो. Right. You have to mix it with your team basically, dear.
Yeah.
I have developed 2-3 versions of the song. All the friends on our WhatsApp keep singing this song intermittently, encouraging each
that's
other.
good.
So that's the way we survive. See, Ankit, humor is important. Let me come again. Humor is important. But at the same time, when cracking a humor, loss of attention is not desirable. Loss of attention is not desirable. Okay?
Yeah.
We crack humor, we do everything. But our focus and our attention is on the thing which we are at work.
True.
That's it, dear.
Well said.
And Ankit, can I tell you something very small, very simple? I've changing behavior. In my private practice, which is closed, my clinics are closed. people call me up on phone and they take over the treatment from me on phone. I don't charge them. Okay. To my surprise,
Yeah.
90 people call me after they saying, डॉक्टर साहब हम बेटर हैं, आपका चार्ज हमको देना है, आप बताओ कितना देना। मैं आपको बोलता हूँ यार एक महामारी का टाइम है, आपको जितना चाहिए उतना डालर दे दो, नहीं दिया तो भी चलेगा। But you know something, Ankit, people are willing to pay, people are being grateful,
Yeah.
they have an active gratitude, provided you give the right sort of advice to people, you know.
Yeah, ठीक बात।
This is not a situation where we should cash upon the people's hard earnings, but rather show grace, show love.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Rahul, for all the insightful things.
Dr. Rahul. So being
yes, Dr. Sabir.
Yeah, Dr. Rahul, being a surgeon, I must say that our exposure is very, very less with the COVID. So
Right.
We are not getting that much of exposure with the COVID patients. But hats off to you guys. As a pulmonologist, I think the maximum patients, maybe you are looking after of COVID-19 patients. So, you know, in Delhi, we just opened up our clinics and we have started doing surgeries also. Did yesterday also and today also we did surgeries. And what is the scenario in Mumbai? Have they started their surgeries or they are still waiting for that?
See, in Mumbai, the scenario is different because Mumbai, the density of population and the restrictions and the demanding population is more. If you see a Mumbaikar patient coming to your clinic, he has read 10 different journals when he comes to your clinic, right? So the kind of exposure which we have is demographically different. So here we are a bit cautious. The surgeries have started, but as a committee, we decides the appropriateness of the practice and surgery, and then a green signal is given for them to go ahead with it, right? And with regards to practice, I feel teleconsultation has helped us a lot, right?
Yeah.
And I prefer teleconsultation because, sir, आपको तो पता रहेगा. As you grow in years of experience, the history is the most important thing which tells you the diagnosis.
Yes,
तो बाद में diagnosis पहले हो जाता है, sir. बराबर.
हाँ, बिल्कुल.
99% of diagnosis is perfect before touching the patient. You just touch to confirm the diagnosis, right? So if we use our skills and trust them and trust our teachers who have taught us, we can do a splendid job, even with the closed clinics on online platforms. Right.
So I think that is the best way. I think even we are also doing the same way. We are doing the initial history taking and screening for the COVID of all the patients we are doing on telemedicine. And for the further maybe examination, maybe you have screened around 100 patients and you are calling around 30-40 patients out of them to your clinics. So the initial screening is definitely on telemedicine, and then we are calling to the patient for examination and further examination. And if the patient is for the surgery, then for the pre-nasal checkup and all of the things, then we are calling to the hospital, and then we are proceeding to the surgeries. So initial, definitely in this era, we learned a lot about the telemedicine, and there are a lot of benefits of the telemedicine without touching a patient, just for the history. And when the patient comes to you in the clinic, you will not take that much of history which you take on telemedicine, because on telemedicine you can only take the history. So you take a deep history. So I would definitely recall my residency days when we used to take the histories, and the same type of the history we are taking on telemedicine. So I mean, this is good also.
Can I add something? How I do it? How do I do it to make it simpler for others? I tell the patient my WhatsApp number पे अपने reports आपकी history brief में लिख के मुझे भेज दो, right? 10 minutes prior, I will go to the reports history, whatever complaints he is there giving to me, right? I'll make my mental frame of view, and then I will call him on a video call. When I call him on a video call, I will speak only relevant things to that person, right? And then I will note down again on my computer side screen. There's a recorder which will record the conversation, and I will read it there. Then I tell the patient at the end of things, I'll take half an hour, okay? Half an hour में आपको prescription मिल जाएगा, right? In that half an hour, using our expertise and our experience, gathering the parts of history together, right? See, because when you teach people, Ankit, it's very easy. You can manufacture a case sitting on the table. I'm sure sir will agree with me. Exam के लिए हमें कोई case बनाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. तो उससे काम आसान हो जाता है. आप पेशेंट से मिनिमम कांटेक्ट में रहते हो, पेशेंट से टाइम ले लेते हो पहले ही, बिल्कुल 15 मिनट दे दो, आराम से बना के दो. और मैं तो बोलूं चार्ज बोलो भी मत पेशेंट को, मेरे इतने चार्जेस दे दो, क्योंकि पेशेंट जब ठीक होता है ना तो
वो जो तसल्ली होती है ना,
चार्ज आल्सो यार. So
I completely agree, sir. It's okay. So,
Many
Dr.
people don't
Rahul,
know.
I tell you, I have worked closely with Dr. Sagu. I think it's been more than 10 years, and I have
Yes.
never seen taking money, not from
Yes.
me, but from patients. And
Yes.
Dr. Sagu and Mrs. Sagu, I mean, they both are doctors, and they have treated cancer patients from their pocket.
Yes. Yes. That is
That's what
a
I-
very good
The-
answer.
It's not about
So
pandemic.
whatever
Generally-
whatever we can do, whatever we can do, we should see our responsibilities also, and in spite of earning money, we have a lot of responsibilities, and we should fulfill all those responsibilities as well. So whatever we can do, up to what extent we can do, we should do that also.
And Shraddha, I also tell you one more thing. I mean, because you are doctors, you must be having much more knowledge. But as a patient or as a user, what I'll tell you, whenever I recommend Dr. Sagu, everyone says that he's very strong. Because lot of doctors don't give you much amount of time. I'm sorry to say, but it happens basically.
Yes.
And a lot of doctors, because of short amount of time, they don't listen to yourself, and that's why the patient is not getting satisfaction. But whenever someone visits Dr. Sagu, they have very satisfied. They are patiently, and also they think that Dr. Sagu is so strong they can handle it very well. That is the
Yeah.
feedback, Dr. Sagu. So because I have worked closely with Dr. Sagu, so I can I can say
Thank you,
that
sir.
once I meet you, maybe
आपने मुझे encourage किया
thank-
ये कहकर.
But Dr.
Yeah,
Sagu,
thank you.
yourself, I tell you, because a lot of our viewers are have watching you. This is the second time. The viewers are seeing that you have that power to. You are trying to control the situation in different ways, and that is what the viewers wants to know, that how you do it and what kind of insight strength you have, so that you are humorous, you are doing songs, and also you are focusing on your agenda to treat the COVID patients at this point of time. Because as Dr. Sagu said, pulmonologists are in the front runners, right?
Yeah, Ankit, thank you so much for your kind words. And I would here mention one thing here, that the first impression is always the last impression for everybody. It is not only for the doctors, but especially for the doctors. When the patient comes to your clinic first time, and that is the time when you have to, learn a lot of things about the patient, and the patient is also observing you.
Yeah.
Because he also wants to make a trust in you. He also want to build up some faith in you. So the first interaction is always as a last impression. So you should give at least around half an hour to the patient, so you can listen to the patient, and patient also listen to you. So that is very important. And here I would like to mention about Dr. Rahul also, because I met him. This is the second time. So I think he must be giving a lot of time to the patients also, and because of his humor. So the attachment of Dr. Rahul with the patients would be very good. That assessment I can make.
No,
Thank
certainly.
you so much, sir.
I'll share one more study. So there was a doctor, Dr. Arthur Apollinario from North Carolina, and he's a family physician. So he was there on a show, and he was discussing that he was a neurosurgeon earlier, but why he shifted from neurosurgery to family physician is because when you do a neurosurgeon, you operate a patient, and then you will never be able to meet that patient again, because after surgery that patient is not coming back, and he wants to have good relation, and he wants to see the patient again and again. So he shifted from neurosurgery to family physician, and that's why he's connected with the patient regularly. And while doing it, he realized that he needs to also learn about hypnotizing the patient, because during hypnotization he can do a lot of get things done from the patient, and that is what he's following in America, in North Carolina, and he's very happy doing it. Especially he's working with a lot of kids.
I'm sorry, Ankit, I'm coming around this. You do not need to hypnotize your patients. Number one.
Yes.
If
That is the
your
point.
attitude is good, your patient will tell you everything on its own. Okay. My consultation lasts from 40 minutes to 1 hour. In 90% of times, my patients keep talking, they cry. मेरे टेबल पे रोते हैं, खाते हैं, हंसते हैं, कॉफी पीते हैं, खाना खाते हैं मेरे टेबल पे और जाते हैं. I don't see a lot of patients, Ankit, in my clinic. But whoever I see,
if you are able to make a connect with your patient, if you are able to make a connect with your patient, patient tells you everything about him also, and after some time they discuss their family problems also, because they build up a lot of faith in the doctor. So this is
I completely agree, sir. I just wanted to reframe it. I'm not talking about hypnotization, but so the case scenario is that a lot of kids are watching their Cartoon Network, and they came across channels, and a lot of junk food stuff. So when they visit Dr. Arthur, so Dr. Arthur try to use a therapy to unlearn those, junk food and let them eat lot of healthy food. That is what they are
Yeah.
practicing. in America.
That may be good policy.
Again, not required. I'll tell you why. If you have a good connect with your patient, your doctor Sabhuji will agree to me. You say a word and the patient will follow it as a gold standard. Okay.
Yeah.
Say a word and patient will take it blankly. But that connect you need to have with your patients. Okay.
Yeah.
So it does work. You don't need hypnotism. You need to have.
I know.
good faith.
See, I'm not in.
And-
I'm the.
Yeah,
and-
I'm trying to tell you is this is a live show. This is a live
and
show.
He was sharing a couple of examples of kids. He was sharing a couple of examples with kids.
Right.
He was sharing with people who do smoke basically. So how
Yeah.
you can let people don't smoke. So these
Yeah.
kind of practices he follow with those patients basically.
Yeah, Ankit, let me tell you honestly, I'm not against him practicing. He can practice whatever he wants in UK. We're just sharing with us. But for the benefit of the viewers, I want to tell this thing. All such methods are not required, basically,
Okay.
in today's world. There's so
Yeah.
much of information with us. And there's so much of good things we can do. Right, sir? You'll agree to this.
Yeah.
And knowledge we can share
So
that
each
अरे,
and yeah.
छोड़ दो यार, ऐसे ही हो जाता है patient आपके भी साथ.
Each and every field is very important. Whether you are a neurosurgeon, you are a pediatric surgeon, you are a gastrosurgeon, you are a pulmonologist, you are a dermatologist. So if you deliver your more than 100%, if you are able to make a connect with your patient, I think you can serve people each and every field, and you have to be expert of that field. You
Right.
should know each and everything about that field.
Yes.
There is no need to jump to another field. I think you can serve the people very nicely in the same way.
I agree to sir that we can serve the people best in our field. Like respiratory,
Yeah.
मुझे
Yeah.
नींद में भी अगर पेशेंट पूछेगा तो मुझे पता है मुझे क्या करना है. सर को
Yes,
सर के
yes,
ब्रांच में कोई पूछे तो उनको पता है उनको क्या करना है. There are so many people
बिल्कुल.
like us, right?
Yeah.
We need to just be positive. That's it in this situation.
And also, sir, I would like to know that post-COVID, if we talk about the future of healthcare, do you see technology or artificial intelligence will change the healthcare while dealing with the doctors, or maybe doctors are utilizing a lot of AI on their day-to-day?
Okay, coming to AI question, Ankit, AI can only tell you what is fed in this algorithm.
Yeah.
Very specific. There are algorithms. There's a look for AI, thinking look for AI, which algorithm this values it assembles, and it comes out with an answer for you, right? If the person who has fed the loop has fed it well, then you have possibilities of getting a good answer. If there's a mistake in any of the algorithmic things, or if for small amount of instance, let me tell you, because I'm also a technocrat geek, a cockroach comes in and it puts urine on your exit on your computer system.
Yeah.
Your system goes for a toss, sir. And then you find all illogical gizmos coming out. Rather than trusting the artificial intelligence, see, artificial intelligence to be used when we are overworked,
Yeah.
when we don't have time, right? We want a quick remedy. But my personal feeling is, खुद के दिमाग पे भरोसा रखो. खुदा ने एक अच्छा दिमाग दिया आपको, और ऊपर वाले पे भरोसा रखो, सब सही हो जाएगा.
No, but sir, I completely agree. But I think that when you talk about large amount of data around the world, you need to have some solution so that you can and
I agree with you on that front. A large amount of data need to be segregated and need to come to a conclusion. But
Yeah.
artificial intelligence still what thing? Now here's a question which I want to put to you, because I am also associated with the partly a project called Jarvis, which is an artificial intelligence project.
Okay.
If you induce a self-learning loop in this artificial intelligence, man, you cannot control it. Self-learning loops. You're getting it. The machine tries to learn on its own, and
I
it
got it.
gathers on its own, right? So it's our responsibility as individuals to restrict for our existence on this planet. Maybe what I'm talking is far-fetched for some people, some viewers, but it is not far-fetched for many people in the branch which is dealing with artificial intelligence.
So I'll tell you, I am a technology entrepreneur and
Yes, sir.
I'm doing course more than 10, 12 years. And when you
Yes,
talk
sir.
about artificial intelligence, there are different ways and fields to do it.
Yes,
My
yes.
concern right now is that everyone has a lot of data, including you,
Right.
including Dr. Saggu, including all these hospitals around the world. But are we utilizing the data in a manner so that we can treat our patients, or maybe we can treat our next patient? I'm not saying you are not doing it, but I think we can do it in a much better, appropriate manner. It will be easy for us.
Yeah, we can do
Yeah,
it in a-
I think we can increase the number of the publications using that data.
Yes.
So because
Yes,
earlier,
yes.
suppose a lot of things, but we have huge data, but that data we have not been managed systematically, and we have not make a lot of publications from that data. So
Yeah.
this time is teaching us to review the data, to review the
Yes.
other publication, and to use that data for the publication. So
Right.
I think the post-COVID era, so we would like to have a lot of publications there. The research work will also go on, and we would be doing more teleclinics, and we would be doing more tele meetings. So the telemeetings and the teleclinics will going to save us a lot of time, and that time we can use for the research work and for the publication.
But
That's very well.
एक सवाल है आपसे, टेली मीटिंग, टेली क्लिनिक अप्रिशिएटेड, और जो एक दूसरे को फेस टू फेस मिलने का मजा है वो कुछ और है सर.
Bilkul, initial screening, for the initial screening, and maybe because 100% patient doesn't need you for the second visit,
Yes,
right?
yes, you are
So
absolutely right. Absolutely.
yeah, you can screen your 40 to 50% patients who needs a second visit, and that second visit would be in-person visit. So initially you can have a screening. So yeah.
Right.
And also, sir, and also with artificial intelligence or maybe with the data, we can also create a lot of programs and policies so that we can prevent the disease happening. We are not working on the prevention as of now, and that is what a lot of data. I'll tell you,
This will
Dr. Sagu
this will
knows-
help you to this will help you to make a lot of protocols, to make a lot of guidelines. That is true.
Because I
That is
think if
true.
we start working on the prevention, that is what we are doing right now on the COVID situation.
Yeah.
We try to prevent ourselves. I think we will be in a good manner, and I think it will be helpful for doctors as well to treat the patients in a much more appropriate manner.
Ankit, to tell you some positive point, artificial intelligence is of very good help for all of us, especially emergency physicians or critical care people, where the SOFA scoring and all the scorings are required for the people, right? So yes, hats off to artificial intelligence. It's a very good tool to us, provided we use it in a proper way.
No, I completely agree.
Thank you.
Sir, I have one more question, which is asked by a lot of our viewers, especially in US, that we are doing a lot of research at the institution level, at the hospital level, at the ICMR and NHIs and things like that around the world. But when the patient first meets to a family physician or a clinic nearby. Are we doing any research at the clinic level so that the clinic doctors will share their information to the institute?
To be honest, Ankit, if your question is to be taken, see, research is a time given apart from your clinical practice. A primary care physician in India, जो GP है, on an average is 200 patients in 4 hours. Okay, you tell me, Ankit, is it feasible for that physician or that person to gather data of such people unless he deploys somebody at the same time? But in the West, where the countries you're talking, they are more institutionalized countries. They're more institution-based practice. They're hospitals for one syndrome itself, like interstitial pulmonary fibrosis. They are hospital ही बना दिया है. That is not in our case scenario. But what we have to tell is data is there. Data is there, but good teachers are rare. Unless you have good teachers to help you to interpret data well and apply it clinically and bring a smile and make something from worthless to worthwhile, it's of no point. All your research.
Dr. Sagu, what do you think? Sir, you need to unmute. Dr. Sagu, you need to unmute.
So when we talk about the research, I think there are 3 stages. There is a stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. Yes, if you talk about the family physicians, that is the stage 1. So they are the collector of the data. They collect the data, right? And then comes the stage 2. Stage 2 is the publication. Then that data that goes to a specific department. Then departments do, they do the publications and all, right? And then stage 3 is an ICMR level, or you can the peer research level. So they do the review of that publication and the data, and they do the research. So they are specific scientists who can do the research. Family physician and the surgeons, they cannot do the research. they can provide data in the publication, and that publication is being reviewed by the scientists at the research center, and they do the research. The same thing happens in the West also. The
Right.
family physician, they are not the member, or they're not the member of the research team. They are the
Research team.
base level members. They are
Right.
just to
Absolutely
collect
right.
the data, and that
Yes.
that data is being collected there and systemized. They being published over there, and that publication being reviewed by the researchers, and then the research, they do the research. So this is a very systematic way the research is being done.
Right. I agree with
So
you.
do you think we need to create more innovation, or maybe
Yes.
maybe to improvise that
Yes.
research? But I am not sure you have more knowledge that research can be done in a more appropriate manner.
Yeah. Because we have a problem. We Indians have lot of data, but we don't have a publications.
Yeah.
Our mind is not oriented for the publications. So now there are a lot of bodies has already been made for the obesity surgery, also for the cancer surgery, for gastro surgeries, for physicians, for pulmonologists, dermatologists. So every field has their own bodies. Now they what they are doing, they are stressing upon the publications. Now the lot of surgeons, the physicians, and the pulmonologists, they are working on the publications. So once this publication is being started over there, I think we can contribute to the research work of India.
Ankit, just to tell you, if publication researches are the guidelines and everything set apart, the COVID pandemic has proved to the world, okay, the kind of healthcare that exists in this country. Despite the best of the resources, we don't have, best of the minds, we don't have. Let us take it, we don't have, right? But still, the minds which we have are good enough to control something which is uncontrollable elsewhere, right? And the kind of synchrony which we have is fabulous, sir. So Ankit, coming to the point is an Indian physician thinks of lot many ways. वो जुगाड़ू होता है, वो हर चीज को उठा लेकर आ जाता है अपने पेशेंट के
बिल्कुल।
बेनिफिट, जो बाहर के फिजिशियंस नहीं करते कभी। अपने फिजिशियन के को देखने का नजरिया बदलो, बराबर अपने हमें चाहिए पेशेंट को हमें देखने का नजरिया बदले, तो फिर वो देखेगा कि क्या है हम। इसके लिए आपकी मीडिया का बहुत हेल्प चाहिए हमको, क्योंकि वी हैव टू प्रोटेक्ट गुड थिंग्स ऑफ practice which are being followed. Many times, like my seniors, which I've learned with, have given the salaries for patients. Yeah, so good things have to be followed.
And I would like to invite Dr. Vineet Talwar,
Yes,
the
sir.
senior director at Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Hospital. Dr. Talwar.
Hanji,
can you
good
say
evening.
something about yourself?
Namaste. Good evening, Dr. Talwar.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir. How is it going in Rajiv Gandhi Hospital, and especially in Delhi?
Well, many times people confuse my hospital with the Rajiv Gandhi Super Specialty Hospital, which is in Timarpur. So
Okay.
ours is the Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Institute, which is in Rohini. So as far as
RGCI.
we are concerned, RGCI, we are a niche cancer center. And unlike the other general hospitals, we are taking care of only cancer patients. And of course, nowadays, we are doing active screening for the COVID patients also. So,
And sir, how is the situation?
see, situation is that we come across patients who turn out to be COVID positive. So, depending upon the risk stratification, we send them to the COVID centers. And once they get better, then we continue the treatment. And as all of us know that patients who have cancer, they have high propensity to develop severe signs and symptoms of COVID. So that keeping in mind, we are very aggressive in screening these patients. So any patient who's for elective surgery, we are doing the COVID-19 testing. Any patient who's going for procedures, like biopsies or endoscopies or bronchoscopies, where there can be aerosol generation and can be harmful for the person who's doing the procedure. All these areas are the ones where we take extra precautions. Most of the patients nowadays, so-called patients, are coming asymptomatic. In fact, if you go by the statistics, about 60% of the patients are asymptomatic. So one has to be really wary whenever we are seeing the patients in the OPD or otherwise, whether they undergo chemotherapy or surgery.
And sir, also,
Yeah,
what cancer patient should know at this point of time during COVID? I mean, what are the things they need to know and to protect themselves because they must be coming for chemotherapies and for other treatments on day-to-day basis, maybe alternate days. So, what are the precautions or measures, or what are the information they need to know at this point of time?
See, there are no specific signs and symptoms which they have to look for, because they are going to be the same in a COVID patient or if it's a cancer patient with COVID.
Okay.
The other thing is that in cancer patients specifically, they have to maintain good hygiene. Point number one. Second, they have to have good hydration. Especially when the temperatures are now soaring, they should have adequate intake of water, preferably about 1.5 to 2 liters per day. And third, of course, is good nutrition, because you treat a cancer patient who has a poor nutrition vis-a-vis you treat a patient who's in good nutrition. Definitely the person who's with the good nutrition will fare much better. Apart from that, you have plethora of small studies in which some people have said that vitamin C is much better. People have said that addition of selenium and zinc in the diet is much better for cancer patients, or flavonols. And some people have said that vitamin D, if the intake is there, that keeps COVID at bay. But all those, if the randomized trials are not there, one should take them with a pinch of salt. Suffice to say, these three dictums one has to follow if one is a cancer patient. And definitely, whenever there is even a small fever, say 99 or 100, even a single spike, as compared to a normal individual who's immunocompetent, cancer patients, they should immediately report to their centers where they're getting treatment. And we should take stock whether it is, normal flu-like infection or any bacterial infection, or, it is a COVID infection which is brewing up in the patients.
So can I ask you a question, sir?
Yeah.
A general question to Vinith, sir. So basically, you deal with a lot of cancer patients. They are all immunocompromised because of chemotherapy or stuff like that, right? So what happens is, like, we depend upon nasal swabs for diagnosis as pulmonologists and HRCT chest picture, which shows a viral pneumonia sort of a picture, right? Because most of our patients are immunocompetent. But the similar picture can be even seen in immunocompromised host, which you guys deal with. So how is that you come to a diagnosis that could be COVID and this could not be COVID? So because the nasal swabs are only positive 66% of times. That is 34 people will be still be diagnosed as negative, right, or they being positive. So is there an algorithm which you have made, or a scoring system which you have made by which you come to a diagnosis, or how do you do it, sir? The challenging thing, sir.
See, your question is very valid, because you have a patient who already has a compromised lung, and on top of that, you have a malignancy. So, how you go about it? And on top of that, what we say in Hindi, "Sone pe suhaga," you have COVID. So, how do you go about assessing these people? Well, first is, we take a detailed history.
Right, sir.
And we take a history in which if the patient has had any contacts with any patients who are, COVID patients, or patient is in a hotspot, or the patient has had fever in the recent past, these things are there. If any one of them is there, then what we do is we do the pulse oximetry, because in the initial phase, all the COVID patients, they have a oxygen desaturation, which
Yeah, absolutely.
in many times may be asymptomatic only. But then, once the storm comes, then they rapidly deteriorate.
Right.
So we check the temperature, we see the physical condition of the patient, we do the oxygen saturation by pulse oximetry, we do the chest X-ray,
Yes.
and after that, when we get this basic data, we have an infectious diseases physician who's specifically dedicated for all the infectious diseases, We bring that person into the loop. And if still we have doubt, as you said, that we bring in our pulmonary team. But then in almost 80% of times, with this kind of infrastructure and SOPs, we are able to, sift out, we're able to segregate which patients may be, possible COVID patients and which patients won't be. And then after that, even after that, we don't leave them alone. We have isolation wards. We immediately shift these patients from the triage to the isolation wards. We don't take them to the normal wards because they are the clean areas. And in isolation wards, immediately we send the COVID test. After sending the COVID test, after say about 24 to 36 hours, if the test comes negative and the patient is clinically improving and the patient does not have any desaturation or symptoms of fever or respiratory deterioration, we shift them out of the isolation wards. But if we still have any doubt, we keep them there, and after say about 4 or 5 days again we repeat the test just to be doubly sure, even if they are negative. 2 times negative, then of course there's a limit to which you can keep on testing for COVID. Then that is the time we shift the patient out and we treat them like regular cancer patients.
So there has been a study which shows that the salivary samples are more
better.
specific, better.
Yes,
Better.
yes.
Do you want to implement that in your cancer patient? Because in cancer patient, to get a sample is just a difficult job, right? To get a pure sample.
See, there are lot of problems, lot of practical problems when you go about taking samples. You have to make sure that your technical staff or the technicians who take these samples, they are also well versed with taking saliva samples. How much to take, when to take, whether the patient should be fasting or not. Most of the technicians who take these samples, they are quite well versed with the throat swab. So that comes as a practical challenge. But yes, studies are now showing that saliva is definitely better.
Right.
And of course, it is easier also. But then there is a learning curve. You have to teach your staff that, at this point of time becomes a challenge when you are, doing firefighting.
Right. So, can I ask you another question? Being an oncological unit, there was a study from China, Wuhan, which showed the concentration of viruses in the hospital area. Right? They found the maximum concentration of virus on the mouse of the ICU, led to a lesser degree on the floor of the ICU, but the pharmacy had the 100% swabs coming positive. Is there a way where you can deploy UVC lamps? Because you deal closely with radiation technology, so I'm asking you, is there a way where you can deploy UVC lamps, far light lamp at 222 nanometers, to achieve environmental sterilization? Because what I feel in my personal experience is hospitals are becoming secondary niders for community outbreaks of COVID.
No, that is again a very interesting question. What we are doing is, you have to think everything in totality. You can't just go by the book. So, do in Rome as Romans do in India as Indians do. So what we are doing is, we are spraying hypochlorite. You have to identify areas which are at a maximum risk. And studies have shown that, the walking tunnels, the areas, the walkways, which are narrow, they are the ones which harbor the maximum virus. So the pathways, which are narrower than say about 8 feet, and people are going through that, we are spraying that with hypochlorite solution every 2 hourly. Every 2 hourly, irrespective. So we have identified those walkways where the patient movement is maximum, and it has been seen, the patient movement is maximum in OPD areas, and wherever you have alleys and corridors which are narrow, they are given maximum, thought. And of course, the areas where OPDs are there, testing areas are there, labs are there, there also we keep on spraying hypochlorite. And there are dedicated ward boys which keep on scrubbing the most common handrails, grab rails after every 4 to 5 hours. Even in our OPDs, I make sure that there is a chap with a mop who keeps on mopping almost, because by the time he finishes from one end of the OPD to the other side, it is almost 1 or 2 hours.
Oh,
And then again, we have told him that after every 4 hours, you have to mop again. So the another chap starts from the other side. So, do in India as Indians do. That is what we are trying to do. Because UV, of course, that is a good thought. But then practical feasibility is a big problem. So spraying, hypochlorite is not that costly. It's about 700-800 to a liter, and you have to make it in a dilution. So that is the cheapest way to go about it.
Yeah. Here I would like to add on that
Yes.
what we are doing, we are mopping the table, sofa, and the patient bed after each and every patient in OPD. After each and every patient, we are just there is a one guy who is doing the same. This is only he's only for the mopping, and he's spraying the hypochlorite and mopping with the hypochlorite. The patient bed, patient sofa, and the doctor's table.
right.
So we are doing that, but apart from that, we are mopping the floors also. And
Yes.
That is 2 hourly. Floors are 2 hourly.
And the examination couch which is there, we are not using the standard sheets. In the daycare wards, we are using those, disposable paper sheets.
Yeah.
And
Even we are also using the paper sheets.
They come very economical. You get it in bulk, you get a good quotation.
Yes.
So, you have to improvise whichever way. You can't go by what the Western literature says.
Right.
India is 1.3 billion, and even if you talk of metros, you're talking of 10% of the whole. So 10% of 1.3 billion is equivalent to 6-7 European countries.
Right.
So you can't extrapolate that to the Indian scenario.
So, agreed totally to you, sir, on the methods of it. But a UVC lamp, this what, sir, a thought came to my mind. If you deploy them in areas of high concentration, far light UVC lamps, it is you get rid of the person who is going to mop your floor, because the person who is going to mop your floor is going to become more infected one point or the other time of time. You cannot have you 100% protection rate every time. So to save that person's life, a lamp, okay, you just have to install a bulb and just leave it at that. It is. So because I thought of this idea, because if we don't think tangentially and we don't think out of the box, out of tradition, the rate at which COVID is growing right now in our country is on a log phase, sir. It's an upright curve still. We have yet to reach the peak, and rainy season is approaching, sir. So how effective will our methods be of mopping and everything in the rains? Because they all will go for a toss, sir, in a larger scale.
I think we have to change our thinking, thought process. And first thing which should come into the mind is that every patient which is coming to you in the OPD is a suspect COVID patient.
COVID patient, right, sir?
Until another, taken otherwise.
Yes.
Because most of these patients are asymptomatic. So if you have that thought process in mind, automatically your SOPs will go accordingly.
Yes, sir.
Then, of course, as a policy decision, you can say whether you want to use hypochlorite, you want to use ultraviolet, whether you want to use disinfectants, or you want to use any other kind of, antiviral or germicide dull drug. That is up to you. But till the time you don't change your mindset, nothing is going to happen.
Right.
And I think that we need to follow this mindset for a long period of time, because COVID will stay. And if we have a vaccine, maybe in next 6 to 8 months, still we have to follow these precautions, which is self-distancing, physical distancing, and following the washing hands and using sanitizers, and maybe wearing a mask. Mask could be unnecessary. So I think we have to follow all these things. But as all doctors are on panel right now, you are the front runners, and so all our viewers would like to know that they are wearing N95 masks and they are wearing different masks. So how important is to change your mask, and how important is to protect your mask so that you can use it, maybe 4 or 5 times, not more than that. Because people tend to use the same mask again and again. They are not following the pattern of changing the mask.
Ankit, if to answer your question of N95 mask, each mask has a shelf life recommended by the manufacturer. N95 mask without a valve has a shelf life of 4 to 6 hours, and with the valve, the shelf life increases to 12 hours. Now, it is very difficult to spend 400 or 500 rupees every day to get a new mask, right? Which is difficult for us. I will tell you what my friends in the US do. That they have a lot of bulk patients coming in. They wear an N95 mask. About that, they wear a surgical mask, and about that, they wear a paper mask. Okay. What is changed is the paper mask, and they have 5 masks kept in a row. and each mask 1 day is sent for UV sterilization, and one mask is used after every 5 days. This is the way they have rotated the masks successfully well. And since the time of pandemic, which has happened in US, till date, none of them have got infected with COVID, which tells me that their mask rotation policy, somewhat we have to adapt to ourselves. We have to rotate our masks. We don't have to keep wearing the same mask again and again. But after a particular period of time, we can reuse the mask. After it's left to some treatment or UV light ethylene oxide treatment, or just left to dry in the sun. Because the virus dies at different rates on different surfaces, which I spoke to you in the first interview.
I think I would agree with Dr. Rahul as he's saying. We are also following the same policy. 5 masks, and I personally, what I do is the time I take it out, I leave it out in the sun.
Right.
Auto sanitation.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then, depending upon the days I keep on using it, I use it 4 times. And 5th time I discard it.
Right.
After 4 or 5 times, it is not advisable to use it. So if you have 5 masks, generally about, say, 3 weeks you can use it. And again, it depends that, you don't necessarily have to wear a N95 mask everywhere. If you are in a COVID hospital, yes, 100%. If you are in a non-COVID hospital, and if you are in a low-risk area, I mean, if you are in the OPD or you are just in the lab, then, a 3-ply surgical mask can suffice, but that is disposable. You cannot use it again. You have to throw it off. And the moment you find that your mask is getting wet with the humidity or something,
Yes.
or, there are some dirt or something, then immediately you have to discard it. You cannot use it N95 or otherwise. And if you're in a high-risk area, say OPDs where the patient interaction is there, then you make sure, the distance is about 1.5 to 2 meters. Initially, we used to say 1 meter, but now it is about 2 meters.
2 meters.
Although there are studies, which show that the aerosol can travel about 20 to 24 feet.
Oh.
There are studies. But then the general idea is 2 meters. So 2 meters distancing, you can wear a 3-ply mask, you can discard it, or you wear a N95. You have the 5 masks, as Dr. Rahul said, and then you keep on rotating it. And of course, the interaction time should not be more than 4 to 5 minutes.
Yes.
And if possible, don't examine. If you think there is a great need, then you have a partial PPE, a disposable gown, and you have a N95 mask and a visor. Examine the patient, and you have to, there should be a duffing and doffing. You have to throw that, all the mask and the PPE, and again change the, the cap and the mask to see the next patient. And between each and every patient, it is always better if you have soap and water.
Yes.
It is always preferable to the hand rub.
Right.
Because hand rub has its own,
Adverse
utility
effect.
time.
Yes. And to add to what Sir said, it is very good to what Sir said, to use a soap and water, because soap and water is the most effective thing. Time limit is 30 seconds. Again, I stress on it, because there's a data which shows using soap and water for 30 seconds. Proper hand rub, it minimizes the risk of transmission. Right. That's a very good thing which we can practice and you can follow there.
No, sir, very well said.
When you have a bunch of masks, I found it out myself. Please cut one mask from a random bunch and see what is there inside it. I found a tissue paper instead of N95 layer in one of the masks.
Oh my God. And that was an Indian mask or a imported mask?
A tissue.
Sir, now to be honest to you, imported masks we don't have much access to. They're very expensive. We always use the local made masks available to us, whatever the institute gives us. But we do have a policy that the mask will pick it up at random, cut it, open it, and check it for us what is there inside it.
So good afternoon, everyone. My apologies for being so late. I just got back from my first doctor's appointment in 2 months. They figured out I needed my treatments, and so they worked me in. It was quite a journey, an experience too, because I just want to share it with you on how things have changed. But from the moment I arrive in my car, my vehicle, I stay parked outside. They come out to me and they interview me. They're all masked, PPE and everything. And then I follow them in and I wash my hands at the door, or that one layer of the door. They have 2 layers.
Yeah.
And so I do my hands and get a mask. And like Dr. Segoo taught us how to wear it, they want me to wear blue out. So I put it on and wash my hands again. And then we go to another door. And then I do my my regular check-in where they weigh me and they put my bands on and stuff like that. But it's very hard because it's hard to speak through this, right? And you could tell they're having a hard time communicating with us, but they do this very well because they're experienced. So, but every time we touch something, they tell us to wash, to gel our hands. But every time we touch something, if we touch a door, wash your hands. If we go into a room and they put the meters on our oxygen meters on our fingers and everything, because they do our vitals, wash your hands. It was interesting to do my temperature because they still do it under the tongue with a mask. So I was expecting a scanner, but they still use the regular thermometer. But after all of that, my treatments went normal. So we did everything went normal, except when I was done. They could not do any prescriptions. This was just flow in and out. And I exited out of a door I never even knew existed. And I've been in and out of that building for years. And I thought I knew every door until today. And I couldn't believe it. And they go, oh, no, we can't have risk of any patients bumping into each other at all. So I found out that there's another back door. And it exits out to actually my favorite place, which is they have a big, beautiful water pond and picnic area back there. So, but I've never gone that way before. So anyway, that was my experience, a new experience with the doctors. They asked me how I learned to wash my hands properly. They go, Kim, you've become an expert. And I go, watch my show. Watch our show. We have Dr. Segoo and everyone. So they taught us how to, Dr. Segoo taught us how to do that and wear the mask. So, so I was considered an expert today, and I was happy. So, and I'm happy because I got my treatments. I feel better. So,
so Kim, we were discussing the same thing with Dr. Vipin and Dr. Pulmonologist Dr. Rahul from Mumbai and from Delhi. So the same thing we were discussing, how our OPD has changed now, what the policies and SOPs we have changed regarding our OPDs, IPDs and OTs also. So I think the same screening program is also running in our hospitals, in our clinics also here. The same thing, we are receiving the patients from outside and we are screening the patients there. And inside the OPD also, we are doing disinfecting all the surfaces after each and every patient. Yeah, we are asking the patient to wash the hands, and even we are also washing our hands after each and every patient. So the same, No,
it's it's interesting because I didn't know what to expect. I have not been to any of my physicians at all since, and actually the doctors inside the building, they don't know what's going on out there. I have a very good rapport with my doctor and physician. She's been treating me for many, many years, and my disease is so rare. She's really always taken particular interest in. And then so she asked me, what is it like out there? And I told her, and she goes, I had no idea they're meeting you at the car. She goes, oh my gosh. So interesting enough, because, and I don't know if it's like this in your country, but we have a really bad problem with drug dealers and drug people. And this is considered a pain clinic, even though I get treated for other things, neurological problems. They have an armed guard in the lobby at all times because they have drug dealers come in with guns and try to steal the medication from the clinics. So, and he's still there, but he's got a mask on now. So,
yeah. So that is why now this is the global village. We are speaking the same language. Each and every person from every part of the globe. We are speaking the same thing. We are following the same policy. We are doing the same thing. I think this is the first time in all of the world. This corona has, brought us in the global village.
The global village, we're one now. And this is something, I think I was texting a question while I was driving and listening. I wasn't driving and texting. I stopped at a red light. But my journey is an hour. So that's why it took me so long. But anyway, I wanted to know, what can we do globally to connect? Because it seems like, everybody's doing these common practices. I'm sure the WHO is sharing information. I don't feel like they shared it very well, or CDC shared it very well in the beginning, but maybe somehow we can connect data and information globally so that we can continue to operate without ever having to close down again when this happens, because this will happen again. This another virus will attack us again. Is that your thoughts, Dr. Segoo?
Yeah, at least we should be ready to fight against any type of the outbreak. At least we should strengthen our healthcare. What was lacking behind us, as we were not investing on the healthcare. So at least now we will start to invest in the healthcare globally. I'm talking about the globally also, in India also, because our focus is not on the healthcare. Our focus is on other things. So I think we would be investing in healthcare, and definitely we would have a power to fight against the type of the outbreaks.
No, I agree with you. Some of the interesting things is that I learned today too is that we had 30 more new deaths reported in just our state, not the whole country. I'll have to pull up the country, but given that, and I think that's a high number for a small state, and they've not really disclosed to us how many people have been tested positive, but they've decided to continue reopening. And so they will be reopening this evening at 5:00. So where we closed down 5:00 on Friday, maybe a month ago, close to 45 days ago, they are reopening this evening, which I think is kind of stupid because all the bars are going to be open. Everybody's going to be drunk and crazy. And, I think our infectious rate is going to go up like this. And maybe they're doing that on purpose to teach us a lesson. I don't know. But they're opening Friday night. Like, what is your opinion of that, Dr. Roll? What is your opinion? You laughed. What's your opinion? It's funny, yeah.
Kim, we have reached up to that stage of the COVID-19 now. We cannot have a check on the infections. We cannot check the infectivity rate. I mean, a lot of people, they are going to become positive now. Becoming positive for the COVID-19 is not a dangerous, but having a severe complications because of the COVID-19 is a worry. So what we can do, we can control only the death rates. If we can control the death rates, at least we are bringing down that fatality rate. So that is the only thing we can control. Infection will go on in the next few months. You will see a lot of people, they're going to be infected.
No, I think we're going to see that. So many people are pushing to reopen. They said that the economic situation that we're dealing with doesn't compare. That they feel like the deaths are worth the economic situation because they keep saying it's such a low death rate, and I go, that's so rude. That's just that's not humane. I don't know how you doctors feel about it, but I just don't think it's humane. I know that you are to expect deaths with every flu we have, every kind of disease we have out there. There's an expected ratio of death, but to know that we can prevent this in some scalable model for a while, just for a while, we should take those precautions. But they're not even exercising precautions. It's there are no rules in our reentry. I have not heard one rule of wear a mask. Not heard one. And wash hands. Wash hands. I do that. I have my gel. I am like OCD, right? So I'm gonna have this with me everywhere I go. This sprays. I'll get some sprays. But right now, I'm not going anywhere other than this was my first trip out, and I went to the doctor's, and I went to the store last night because we had to go to the store. But I literally, it's been almost a month, and not even the store. I didn't even go to the store because I knew that the virus was going to be really climbing higher, faster. Yeah. But I was shocked at the people not wearing masks. Mm-hmm. Even when I got to the doctor's office, I had a mask on, and they laughed at me, and then they gave me their mask. They wanted me to wear their mask. But I would drive by and see people coming in and out of stores, no masks, no. It was shocking. I don't think people are going to have good practices, at least not in America. What's it like in your country? Is your country got the practices down?
Yeah, they are following the practices, good practices. Everybody is wearing masks. That is good. But the problem is that we have some categories like laborers are there, and they are having very difficulties regarding their shelter, regarding their food. So that is why they are migrating from one place to another place en masse. And that time they are not following the principles of the social distancing also. And for our surprise, 2 days before, our government has opened up the liquor shops also. And because the liquor shops, there are long and long queues are there, and those people, they are becoming very crazy, and they are not following the distancing anything. Just they want to have a lot of liquor. They want to have 15 to 20 liters one person. So that has made our country vulnerable to have more infections. And it's right also, it's true also. In last 2-3 days, we have a lot of people positive. 4,000 in one day, we got the positive patients. So if we would not be, it is very, now what we need to have a good economy. We need to lift up the lockdown so that we can survive now. Earlier, we were saving the lives. Now we have to save the livelihood. To save the livelihood, we need to partial lift up the lockdown. And that is only possible when you will follow the guidelines, when you follow the preventive measures. That is very important, because our government can give you relaxation, but the virus is not going to give you relaxation. So that is why you need to follow all the social distancing guidelines. You have to follow the hand hygiene. You have to follow all the etiquettes, sneeze etiquettes and cough etiquettes. That is very important. So once we would be following all these measures, I don't think there is any problem fighting with the COVID-19.
Here's the situation that people need to consider. I don't know that it's fighting because, and I've been listening to all of your reports and everyone else's. I think statistically, the mortality rate is probably the same as with anything else. It's the infectious rate that the hospitals and medical industry could not maintain. Right? Look at there. But they cannot maintain.
It's a tissue paper inside the mask.
Yeah, it's just tissue paper. That's what I tell people. It's not hard. I don't think any of them are real standards. I really don't.
This mask is also
this
having.
Is what I drove up. This is what I drove up with. This is my mask.
Right?
So here,
better. They told me
this is material. You remember when we go for the suit?
Here, Kim, I would like to. Kim, I would like to comment upon all these masks, because the mask which you are having, that is a wall mask. So the wall mask, they are of no use, because once you exhale into the mask, you will see there is a big space that can have access to a lot of viruses.
Oh.
So what we say, the respirator mask, the wall mask, I don't think they are the good quality mask. The simple triple ply, 3-ply surgical mask is good. Or what you can do, you can have any cloth cover. I'm talking about the general public. If you don't have any COVID patient in your vicinity, you can have a simple cloth cover. That is very important. Or what you can have, if you say this, yeah,
Like a scarf.
yeah. So scarf is good, but if you can see this, this is a handkerchief. You can fold this handkerchief into 4 layers. And now what you have to do is just you have to fold from here, right? And fold from here. And now you can put 2 rubber bands on both the sides. And this way you can have a very good mask. You need not to spend any, you don't need to invest into your mask, and your mask is ready.
Or you can just wrap your scarf around a couple of times, and because I have a 2-ply in here, and
Yeah, here you see your mask is ready.
Ankit, coming to back to the question of masks, you found a tissue paper, right?
Yeah, that's what
Was it worth spending so much? My question to you is, was it worth? Right. Now coming to the basic mask hygiene, Ankit. It is good to use substitutes if you are not dealing with COVID patients directly. Okay. Yeah. If you are not dealing with COVID patients directly, you can use whatever substitutes you want. But if you enter that fortunate area called isolation zone, mind you, nothing less of NOIS
N95
or N95. Okay. There, don't do the experiments, please, of wearing your handkerchief and things and take our names there. Doctors on the show showed us handkerchiefs and stuff. This is for your routine practice, either home.
This is for the general public. This is for the general public.
Traveling, right?
Yeah.
Let us. I'm making it very specific to general public when you're traveling, when you are out in the environment, right?
Yes.
But when you enter an isolation zone, the norms have to be strictly followed. That is what it is.
No, and I think it's just going to be disciplines, and that we're going to have to enforce. I think we're going to see a large spike when we do re-entry because people won't know how to behave. So I'm going to stay home while they re-enter. I got a lot of work to do anyway. I've got a book I need to start back up and finish. I got a lot of work to do. So,
sure.
I think we need to just be respectful and do this patiently. And I just, I was listening to about the schools, right? And somebody had told me that, how we have the next generation of kids, and they're calling these the lost generation. They feel like that the children are going to lose so much by not being educated properly. And there has been talk about not letting the schools re-enter this August. I know our university has already voted on it. The one I sit on the board at, they already voted on no re-entry this year. Several other schools are saying we'll see how it goes through the summer. But we also know that this is a disease that spreads in the cold, so it could, reinfect us in the winter. I think if they let the children go back to school, we just got to think smart about this. They say children get through it better. I've heard different stories from different doctors about the youth getting it. They said that oddly, people from the age of 25, I think it is, to 35 are having strokes from this. And I don't know why, but they have been reporting a higher stroke incidence in that age group with the COVID. So I think that's an interesting study that somebody should do. And not us, but I hope that somebody studies that, because that tells me that the disease gets into the bloodstream and does damage. So there's a lot that we just need to. And so I have. So why don't you guys talk a little bit about some other things that we could be doing, because COVID isn't the only problem we have. What are some other things we're being faced with?
Kim, coming to your answer on why stroke incidents, COVID has known to cause pulmonary embolism, embolus sort of pictures, okay, in patients, where prophylactically, DVD prophylaxis has shown to give any benefit, right? So, coming to your basic answer, this is known fact in COVID. Pulmonary embolism, it's been published in NEGM, Journal of Medicine, right? And so prophylactically, you give DVD prophylaxis to such patients and prevent the clots from being formed in the body. Now, this virus is also known to travel to the brain. Earlier, we used to think that the cytokine storm is there. Now we are getting new insights of this virus affecting the brain per se, the virus traveling out, right? And giving rise to CNS manifestations. As we go close into the phase of the disease, we'll learn many things about the disease, right? And would answer a lot of our questions. But let me ask you, come to your basic question that people not following norms and your schools and everything opened up, lockdown lifted up, which concerned you came, right? Point is, Kim, there's a thin line between scientific success and economic success. Okay, I'm coming to the point. In economy, if you ask your employer to pay you sitting at home, or my employer to pay me sitting at home in this lockdown period, he can pay for us for a particular period of time. After that, he's going to run out of resources, right? And our betterment, everything comes at a cost, Kim. We have to draw a line. If I don't have money, what am I going to do? There will be a situation which will be burning out as riots in the society, which will make the situation even more worse than COVID per se. Riots plus COVID, imagine what a mess it would be. So lawmaking authorities have drawn a line. They please people saying, okay, we are lifting the ban, but they don't actually do it. They do it for a period of a day or so, and they come back to the basics back. You know, if you tell a person, we are going to put you on a 8 months ban inside your house, how would it feel? To hear also 8 months ban. You know how in India we did it? We did it, we started from one day, right? The Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a 1 day ban. Then made it a 12-15 days ban. Then we went on to complete so many days of ban. If you tell a person well in advance that this is the period blocked out, panic will ensue. There's not much of information which people have. So the way you can guide us, you can help us, like I told you last time, spread awareness among the people. Spread positive awareness among the people, you know, so that they are at peace. They're not thinking too much. An anxious mind is a panicked mind. When there are a lot of knowledge gaps in it. I don't know what is going to happen to me in the future. Right.
And I agree with you. I think transparency is good. I think facts, not fear. When we understand what we're dealing with, we make better choices. One of the things that helped me a lot was understanding how epidemics are maintained and controlled. And the best way I learned this was through a true story called 93 Days. And that made me accept that it takes 90 days, a full season, to truly maintain and control a real epidemic. Because you first got to get past the infectious stages. You got to get past the mass infection and then get it under control. And then you got to wait a few weeks to make sure you have zero reinfected. And I don't think people understand that. I don't think they understand the theory behind it. This particular one was a little more difficult because you were contagious upon infection, but you didn't have symptoms for 14 days. Mm-hmm. And the test kits take another 10 to 14 days. So you get a symptom and then you get tested to see if you're positive or negative, and that's another 10 to 14 days. So the ability to maintain, but people, and I think India did it right. You got to mentally stable your people, right? You've got to mentally stable a large amount of people, but they need to understand that a true infectious disease, which helps to research infectious diseases, it's not 1 month. And I guess it's easier for me to accept because I've been incapacitated one time after a surgery. I had to lay still for, 90 days. Lay still. I couldn't move my arms, legs, anything for 90 days. That was the worst. And I will tell you what, worst feeling ever in my life. And I swore I would never want to go through that again. but when you have to do it to live or survive, you do. And I can't imagine all the unusual mental state of minds out there, but that was a good way to do it. Mentally stage the people to prepare. At this point, how much further do you think we are, Dr. Rural? How far do you think India is from maybe re-entry?
Well, to talk about re-entry is not an appropriate time right now. We are still in the entry phase. The blast is yet to come. Honestly, we are yet to face the blast, which we are contemplating from a long time. And to add to confusion, this virus has mutated till now by 30 times. It's one of the fastest mutating viruses which we have ever seen. Okay, which makes its treatment slightly or not difficult task and much complicated to catch hold of it. To be honest, you guys must have known I've spoken of the two strains of the virus on the last time, the L and the S strain, and the kind of aggression the both of them have toward the patients, right? So having multiple factorial things in play, I think so rather than avoiding the COVID, we need to learn to live with the COVID.
Didn't I say that? Yay! I said that weeks and weeks ago.
Really, yes.
I prayed for that. Remember, Ankit, I told you I was praying and praying. Every morning I pray. And I was asking God to cure us. And then one day the brain said, no, there is no cure. You have to learn to live with it. And immunity is the best way. I agree with you. No, that is so right. We need to learn. And I'm so glad a doctor said this, because when Kim says this, it doesn't matter. But when a doctor says this, you're right. We need to live. And we need to build our immunities. We need to learn to wash our hands more, wear better clothing, right? I'm going to wear the Darth Vader mask. So, but no, I think you're right. We need to learn to live among the evil. It's just going to be there. The next virus is going to be there. I think if our immunity's up, we can fight it. Let me ask you a question, though. Yes. Yeah, there you go. I like that. That's me right there. That's me. I want one over my head, though, so my hair doesn't get contaminated. So, but here's the thing. We've got, there's going to be other viruses. What are your thoughts on this being potentially what happened? Our mask got stuck. Ankit left. Okay, so let me see if I can get rid of this. I never know where he pulls the pictures up from, so bear with me a second. Okay. Here we go. So anyway, so here's my question though. What if? So it's not that difficult for bodies to build immunities, I think, to viruses that are naturally born. But what if this is manipulated? What if this is a man-manipulated virus? Can our bodies learn to fight those?
If it is a man-made manipulated virus, a lot of thinking has gone to make this virus. Let me be honest to you. A virus which has mutated more than 30 times in a short span of time. A virus which has thrown treatments of guard, of useless. That means there's a very strong critical mind. If you have to make it a man-made thing, a strong critical mind who knew the possible outcomes, the possible cures, and has placed a gene exactly where it is to be placed with. And more or less, I will not comment on whether it's man-made or whether it's a natural virus, because this is not the forum for me to comment on it.
Right.
Because when you comment something on a public forum, you have to have a proper evidence to it. So there are some rumors, there are some things going on, and we do not take into account with that thing. But what we can do, we should speak of those things. You can do hand washing, you can keep social distancing, you can eat good food, you can stay positive, you can adopt a healthy life practices which can keep these viruses away. Having adopted all such techniques will not only keep the natural selected viruses away, even man-made selected viruses away. Right? If this is a man-made virus, it should have blown India into pieces by now. With the population density we live, with the kind of illiteracy we have, with the kind of practices we do, and with the kind of outbursts we have in our country. right? It would have been blown into pieces by now. But there's something which is controlling it. I don't say we doctors are doing it. I don't say it's something nature is doing it, but something is doing it. It's a united force of trust between the doctors, the politicians, and the other authorities. See, there are always exceptions to the rule, Kim, that some people will come out to break the laws. They are lawbreakers by nature, but we don't rely on them too much. What you can do, you do it. What other person can do, the other person do. If you guys educate the people so well about this virus, right, which is not being happening. See, if you see the news channels every day, we have 100 cases added, 200 cases added. But why? What are those 100 cases all about? Right? If somebody takes a responsibility to educate people, right practices of hygiene, I don't think so the virus will even survive, whether man-made or human, nature-made or artificial intelligence-made virus. It will not for a long time. See, social distancing effectively killed its transmission for a longer period. You have data over that, right? But how to use it and when to use it and in which way to implement it is a different ball game. It's a policy-making decision, which I think so should be left to the policymakers. We do not criticize them, we do not judge them. We cooperate with them and use our minds and our intellect to make the best of the time we have.
No, and I think you're right. And that is something we have to be careful about, is talking about whether something is manipulated or not, because we do need scientific facts. I think what I kind of want to start understanding, though, is that if it does become manipulated, could our bodies potentially, fight it or live with it? That's something I would like to research as well, to understand, because we're going to we got to learn to understand what we're dealing with. And this caught us off guard. I don't think it will ever happen again. I hope it won't ever happen again. I'm sure in your country, you talk about it too, that never in your lifetime have you seen everything shut down like this. It's just, and you would have never expected it. That's what.
But I'll tell you what, India is not like other countries. We have shutdowns on a lot of different parts of India at a point of time, because we have a lot of social and civil issues going on. And we are okay with that, because there is the problem, we are trying to fix it. And if you're aware about Kashmir and all other issues, so those states are a lot of, they have closed down for more than 6 months, 8 months, 1 year. But people are trying to help government how to sustain and how to live a healthy life during the lockdown and before and after the lockdown. And as Dr. Rahul said, we need to follow and we need to help our government to take the right decisions, and then only we can work it out in a much better environment. But Dr. Rahul, one of our viewers would like to know that they are suffering from asthma. How they should isolate themselves during this situation? Is it good that they will stay at home, or they can go out sometime whenever required?
See, Ankit, where is the person staying? Is he in the red zone or the green zone or the orange zones? The question starts there. Even if you're from
Africa.
Person is from where? Africa. Okay. African countries are also. I've seen the African map. The virus is spreading. Best is to stay at home for any comorbid individual. The precaution is stay at home where you are. Right.
Yeah.
No matter your asthma is less severe, moderately severe, you are on n number of doses of inhaled steroids, which will help you, will not help you. It's left to speculations, right? But best is to stay at home, and staying at home helps. It helped a lot of people here in my country. It will help a lot of people outside also.
I think that's just still the best advice in living with the virus like this. Is just staying home as much as possible. There, you can find so many things to do, and there's no reason. But they say that right now the danger is people becoming depressed, maybe people getting sick and not getting out and getting the help they need. I will say this: my doctor was shocked when she saw me, because you know how you guys keep telling me to get out and get more sun, right? So every day when Ankit and I are finished, there's like an hour of sun left, and I run outside with my water, and I get the sun. I sit in the sun every day for 20 minutes, and my doctor goes, "How did you get so much sun?" Because I have color, And she was like, "How did you get so much sun on you?" And I sit outside every day for 20 minutes. And so she was very happy to see that I was healthier. So, yeah. But doing these things aren't just to fight this virus, building our immunity, getting more sunshine, not bad, not a lot, but more sunshine, drinking hydration. All of these things help fight other diseases too. This is what I keep telling people. What we're training our bodies to do right now won't just protect us from COVID. It's going to protect us from obesity. It could protect us from other flus or help us get over them faster. It could protect us from, I'm not going to say cancer, but it can. I mean, learning these new habits can protect us from so many other things. And like Dr. Rahul said, we can't fight it. We got to learn to live with it. And that's, I think, the best advice we've had. So, yep. Of course, Ankit knows why I like that. Because I keep saying it. If you can't fight it,
I would like to welcome Dr. Tula and Dr. Jatin.
Hi, guys.
And Sabari show today on TV.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us. We have Dr. Rahul Bahut from Jaslok Hospital, Mumbai. He's a pulmonologist consultant there, and he was sharing a lot of good insights, information, and especially in a humor way as well as in a bonding way as well. That what we need to do and what kind of things we need to follow, and how we doctors can work together around the world to stop this pandemic, and what are the best practices in environment. It was a very good information. I would appreciate if once you finish this show, if you can watch Dr. Rahul on YouTube, on IBM TV, that would be a great information.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes. So thank you for
Come
joining.
to Dr. because travel specialist, and we would. So, Dr. Jatin, we are getting a lot of queries from that they are having kind of pneumonia or a lot of. What are the best practices for them? And they don't have much amount of PPE kit. The testing is not going on.
Your voice is not. Your voice is not clear. It's breaking. Can you please come again? Your voice is not clear. Ankit?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's coming, but it's breaking. Yeah. Please.
Sir, so we are getting a lot of questions from Africa that people are struggling from pneumonia and a lot of other flus apart from the COVID-19. And especially the asthmatic patients. So what they need to do at this point of time, because they don't have that many amount of kit as well in a lot of countries in Africa. So what is the best way for them to follow it?
So the best way to follow in the countries, just like, the developing countries, where there is a mismatch between the resources and the, the utilization part. What they can do is symptom basis, priority checking of those patients, one thing. Second thing is, if the patient is undergoing any kind of elective surgeries, and doctors who is planning to go for elective surgeries, if they think so, that they are the patient who require the COVID testing, then only they can go for testing. Just as such, going through all the patients for COVID testing, even though they are asymptomatic, I don't think so that the developing countries will able to do that. Second thing. And the third thing which I like to also highlight is that African countries, they are the one which we earlier saying that because of the good immunity, because of the malaria going on earlier, they are taking hydroxychloroquine on frequent basis. So that could be the reason that COVID might not attack them. But now we are seeing that COVID is prevalent not only in India but also in Africa like countries. So my point over here is. Yeah. So my point would be over here is that countries like tropical African and India, they are almost the similar one. And the cause of fever in those countries could be n number of causes like the dengue, the chikungunya, the malaria, and even in African countries, the yellow fever one also is quite common. So those are the countries they should be checklist. So what are the symptoms? If the doctors who is dealing in the emergency department doctor who is dealing on the OPD basis, if he suspects that the patient is coming to me is he or she might be having these symptoms suspected of COVID, then only they should utilize the kit in doing that. Otherwise, I don't think so. Getting tested for every patient coming into the hospital would not be so much beneficial. We have to think, we have to segregate other tropical infections from the COVID-19.
Well said, sir. So, Dr. Dulab, what do you think? I mean, how we need to cater these countries because they don't have kits and they don't have the right equipment. So, what kind of suggestions?
Ankit, I had the pleasure of going to one of these countries, I mean, way back. So it was Nigeria. Now, we need to understand that if you look at the African continent, not many countries are well off, right? So there are very few subset of countries who in their main cities can have some kind of decent medical facility. Apart from the main cities, I mean, if you go to their interiors, it is virtually in shambles. So I don't even expect them to do too much to take care of. I mean, I don't know what is the amount of testing available with them, because if India, a country like India, is struggling with it, so we can well imagine what will be the plight of Africa and those kind of countries which are not even half the kind of revenue generating countries as we are. So I mean, there is always going to be that fight of, I mean, the mismatch between the demand and the supply. And of course, I mean, doctors, though the WHO guidelines are very clear that, I mean, about PPE also, that you should not be reusing the PPE. I mean, you should be donning the PPE if you are in contact with a COVID patient, and then, I mean, again taking out a new PPE and wearing it. These may not be practical solutions for those kind of countries. And they will also have to look at, I don't know about the sterility conditions also, because ultimately at the end of the day, if you go with the WHO protocol, they say that even if you want to sterilize a PPE, it should be done with either the plasma or the ETO gas, right? These are the only two situations where it is going to work, because otherwise the quality of the PPE is going to be such that if you're going to dip it in hydrogen peroxide or something else, it's not going to work. And you cannot even, I mean, do steam sterilization for this. Ultraviolet light is also one thing which has been brought into the focus. There are certain specifications, but again, it is a costly affair. It is not a cheap affair that you just get an ultraviolet bulb and you just put it and put the PP in front of it and that works. So, I mean, there is going to be a little, I mean, of course, the guidelines are there, but unfortunately, I don't believe these countries will be able to, I mean, apart from the main tertiary care centers, I don't believe that they will be able to follow the guidelines to the hilt. It's basically a kind of whatever the doctor thinks they can do to the best of their abilities, they will try to do. But if this is going to be a great breakout there, I mean, God help them. They will be in a dire soup.
And I think that's been the biggest problem about this. It wasn't a panic about the virus itself, but about the mass destruction it could do at one time, and the medical industry could not really take care of it the way they needed to. And I agree with you. I think if we just continue staying home until we see zero new infections, we can start with a new ground zero. To me, we start out with a new ground zero. And we can build from there and track it faster if it flares up. They did this with other infectious diseases in Nigeria. When things happened, if they could just get it down to where there's zero outbreaks, then they can control the flare-ups. And again, most of these situations are how well can you manage them when the people who get really sick need help. And that's been the problem with this. It's not that it can kill you. In most cases, if you have a good immune system, you're going to fight it off. It could be painful, but that's any flu. But it's the mass amount of people being able to treat them and care for them and having the right resources. In South Africa, I had read some news that they only had 60 ventilators. 60. And they're what do you call it? 3D printing them right now. just so that they can get enough to start helping. And I haven't read up on this maybe 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks since I learned that. So things could have gotten really out of hand. We do have guests from South Africa that join us continuously, and they sound fine. I am aware that they're testing. Everyone is required to be tested now. So everyone has to go to the clinic and get tested. It is a swab. So we know that takes roughly 10 days to get back. It's not the rapid test kit. There's a fight over the test kits right now. I've witnessed this, where I've been trying to help people get from manufacturers test kits, and people are buying them in mass bulks. And I'm not talking like mass bulks like 10,000. I'm talking 2 million. So people are going in and ordering them up. And I don't know if it's somebody going in. I mean, this sounds conspiracy. If somebody's going in and just ordering them up so that they can mark the prices on them to sell them to the countries, but it doesn't seem like the countries are, because I've literally spoke with some of the people who buy them for the countries, and they can't get them. The manufacturers are sold out. They're selling out to someone who's buying them up in massive orders. So there's a lot going on right now, but we need to stick together. We need to work together. And I don't see why we can't together build manufacturing facilities in each of our countries using the same blueprint. I think we need to get rid of the patents and trademarks and copyrights. This is about humanity. This is about humans. So as doctors, what do you think about that?
So Kim, as I told you, see, this is going to come. See, yesterday also I told you, day before yesterday I told you that India is now producing PPEs. So over a period of time, every country will get into this. They will see, this is not a problem at the moment. Over a period of time, this problem will be also taken care of. The biggest problem which I understand is people are still not taking this seriously. That is the biggest issue here, right? So look at all across the world. I mean, all the well-educated people, though they claim that they are well-educated, they understand everything. But see, what happens is that when they get an opportunity to go outside, they are again jostling, halting, doing all kinds. I mean, see, there 1 meter distance means a perimetry of 1 meter. It does not mean that you and me are in front and that is 1 meter. It means a perimetry, a circle of 1 meter. So now we need to understand and tell people that there is a radius. I presume everyone has studied geometry. They need to understand that, because at the end of the day, this is not working. So what happens is, even if you go to buy groceries and anything, we see people rubbing across each other when crossing. They are not maintaining that distance. They are maintaining distance between each other in front or at the back of 1 meter. But by the time they are crossing each other, it's just like they are going like this. So they are not maintaining that distance. Now, please understand, if someone is positive, you don't know who is positive. And a speck of their sputum or any kind of secretion may end up a catastrophe for the other person. Maybe even not for that person, he may also become a carrier, and he goes home. He has old folks staying with them. They will get infected.
They will get sick.
So we need to be very careful. See, this is what we need to understand. That we understand doctors are not the panacea at the moment. We need to understand the silver bullet lies with ourselves. Taking responsibility as an individual. That is the silver bullet. There is no vaccine, there is no treatment, but we need to understand that we need to be very careful that we are the magic bullet. If we maintain decorum, if we maintain the right protocols, why should we get infected at all?
We shouldn't. Now that we're aware, now that we have knowledge, we should. I have an idea. Remember back in the day when the women wore big hoop skirts? That keeps you about that keeps you distance. You remember, Anka, you know what I'm talking about? The big hoop skirts. We'll just go back to wearing big hoop skirts. Hey, or here's an idea. We maybe get a laser that spreads a light around us, the distance that people should stay away, right? So if we have some sort of laser we wear that spreads the light around us, giving that parameter so that you don't cross over into somebody else's beam. I mean, the technology can do this for us. I like the hoop skirt. That's a cool idea. I'll just put on my big hoop skirt. And
Kim, honestly speaking, basic common sense. Basic common sense is required.
I agree.
Common sense, which is very uncommon, right?
Yeah.
So we need basic common sense, which is uncommon.
We lack common sense. We really do.
So we need to understand. So that's a basic thing. See, nothing else has to be done. You're away from people, no chance of getting infected. I mean, what are we talking about? We don't require even technology for that. Basic common etiquette, basic common sense. I don't understand what it takes to get this into the people's head.
So I think
you don't require doctors for common sense.
So. Sir, I think
what is Dr. Jatin doing there? What are I doing there? We're not advocating common sense. That is something which is there with everyone.
It's right? Free will.
So you don't require a Dr. Tullah to advocate or a Dr. Jatin to advocate common sense.
No, you take away a person's free will, then it becomes an issue, and I think that's the big thing. Is
I think that we should learn from our army personnel that during any time they follow a protocol and they follow very good discipline and they live together very closely. You know that, I mean, they live in dormitories and things like that. But still they follow distance. They're following the distances. So and that's very common. I mean, So that is what I mean. If you remember, whenever we go to a hospital, maybe, or whenever we visit airport, there is a yellow line. But when in India, I don't know if people are following that yellow line. But the yellow line means yeah. So we just have to do different things.
See, Ankit, the beauty was I was traveling a lot. I used to travel nearly around 22, 23 days in a month. Every day in out of any airport in this country, I know every airport. I've virtually been to every airport, right? Because of my travel schedule. Now the thing is, everywhere, if I try to maintain a distance, someone else will hop in.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you just can't do it. I mean, that's what and despite, I'll share a very interesting anecdote with you. On the 21st, that is one day prior to the lockdown, I was in Patna airport, right? Patna is the capital of Bihar. I mean, I'm sure Kim must not be knowing it, right? It's one of the most downtrodden states in India at the moment, financially. People are very smart, but I mean, that is what they get. So there was a gentleman, the police guy, he had a loudspeaker in his mouth and he was telling everyone, maintain a distance of 1 meter. With a loudspeaker, he was telling everyone, I will not, please stay away from each other. And no one was listening. So after a while, I told him, why are you wasting your energy? Because no one is listening. So I tried to maintain a distance between others, but the others were jostling down in the line. So how can you help it? So that's what I'm trying to understand, that make you understand is that, see, countries, even the educated people behave like that. What do you talk of illiterates and not so educated people? It requires a lot of hammering to get into their head. And everyone needs to understand this virus is not going anywhere. We don't have a treatment at the moment, and I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel very soon. Maybe it will. That's a good luck scenario if it happens. But basic common sense, I think, I mean, that is something which, I mean, we just need to drill that.
Well, we can have common sense. Look at this.
But what I think is that
77,000 deaths. We have no common sense in the U.S. Look at this. We have no common respect. We have no common sense. The data shows that. I mean, there's no reason for 77,000 deaths.
Kim, I'll tell you one more thing. I mean, after US, there are a lot of countries who are also following the situation like US. Russia was nowhere, and now you can see Russia is at within the 10th spot. Brazil is growing, so as Peru. I've seen Saudi Arabia, Ecuador, Mexico, Portugal. So these countries were not there last month. Last month, if I remember, they were at the bottom, and now they're also climbing like anything. And sir, you would be agree that in India we are always shoulder to shoulder, but when we travel abroad, we need to carry the distance, and that is called etiquette in their own world. But right now, when you see the numbers, the numbers are not matching. The numbers are not matching.
That is the beauty, Ankit. You see, when all of us go outside, right?
Yeah.
See how decorum the Indian maintain outside. As soon as they land back to the native country, I think we get possessed.
Yeah.
There is something wrong in our head.
Well, there's something
Sir,
not
we
right
are not,
in Hong
So
Kong because they still maintain
it's
before.
taken for
so
granted.
between
Basically,
the
we are not taking India for granted, and I think we are not. We don't think that this is our country, this is our home. We are just taking it for granted and do whatever we want to do. And I think as a travel specialist, Dr. Jadin Ahuja must have more knowledge to share how we have to travel in a much more better environment, maybe during pandemic or post-pandemic. Dr. Ahuja.
Yeah, before coming to the travel part, I would like to the same thing with Dr. Tula and I think Kim has already said that it's a time for the humanity. It's a time
Yeah.
for being human, not about human being, but it's a time for being human. There's a difference
Yeah.
between both these things. The words changing will change a lot, and there are five S. I think earlier in my program I told about five P's. So there are five S also. One
Okay.
already Kim has told that is the solidarity. It's a time for solidarity. Come on, all should come on the same platform. All should, another S is all should search for the vaccine or search for the medicine. There should be no like patency or something like it's a single company which going to sell this vaccine or sell this medicine to the other countries on a huge prices. So second is the search for the vaccine and medicine for the
Yeah.
humanitarian background, not for the sake of earning money. Third is maintaining social distancing. Fourth is spitting. Person who are spitting should be avoided. Spitting should be avoided. And the fifth one is shutting our mouth. If we shut our mouth either by not opening our mouth or by the with the help of mask.
Mask.
With this 5S,
Mask.
this is only 5S. Yes, I think four we can do. Four we can do. Fifth one, that is the search for the vaccine or medicine. That is not our part. That will be done by the pharmaceutical companies or industries. The 4S that can be easily taken care by us. And coming on to the your second question, so your first question about the travel part. The travel part, yeah, it's good. so, so your travel part is yes, there is a concept coming on these days that the immunity passport. Yes, it can be seen in the near future, in the near horizon. Yet, person who have been exposed or person who have not been exposed, they are not been come across the person who have positive for the COVID-19 or those who have become positive and now they are immune. So how they can get the tested? We can test the antibody levels. If the antibody
Yeah.
levels IgG, which we say it's a chronic IgG maintenance. If the IgG have been developed in our blood, then it means that our body has been immune, and those are the one who may be allowed in traveling with the logo of immune passport. That those are the immunity, like just like the ambassadors, they have immunity to roam and do whatever they want to do in the other country, just like immunity. So similar with the those who have been coming from the other country or those like in recently India has started a large repatriation. So in that condition also the immunity passport will play a major role, I think, in the traveling part.
No, I agree. I think when we start traveling a lot, we're just going to have to learn to be more respectful. I think one of the things I'd like to see happen is over the years since I was a little girl, they took all that out of our education. Used to, we would get these little rulers and it would say, follow the golden rule, do unto others as you want them to do unto you. I think we need to start teaching respect again. We took all of that out. We took prayer, we took respect, we took humility, humbleness. And I think we need to start learning that. I don't think people understand distancing. I was watching that on my way home from the doctor's office. That's why I have a new mask today, by the way. I had to go to the doctor's. They finally, because of my treatments, I missed them for a while now. They finally got me in today. And so it was an hour drive. And so I got to see a lot of things, but people are not adhering at all that I can see. Like I see them going in and out of the stores, like no masks, no, it's scary. They're not, I did go to the store yesterday, but that's our little country store, but everything's one way. It's even hard for me to do it. It's hard for me to shop one way. You go in one way, they clean the grocery carts. They want you to wear masks, but not everybody does. But that's what bothers me too, is it's not everybody, they want you to, but not everybody's doing it, but they don't turn them away if they're not wearing it. It's kind of like if you go to I think it should be like the black tie events or a tie. If they want you to wear a tie and you're not wearing one, they give you one, right? or they tell you to go get one and come back. But they're not doing that to people. So I think we're just going to have to re-enter, learn to live with this. Infectious diseases. I know this is the biggest one you guys have ever had to deal with. I'm curious as to a vaccine because this comes with several different strains. What is your thoughts on that? With it being so many different strains, how can we get a vaccine?
Yeah, it has recently been seen that the spike proteins, which is present on this coronavirus SARS-CoV-2, there is certain kind of mutations which been seen recently. The virus which has been seen started originating from the Wuhan state. It's been different in the Japan than in the eastern coast of the United States. Little bit because it's an RNA virus. It has the tendency to mutate. That is why the theories are coming that in the African or like Indian countries that the virus is a little bit mild because the cases are not so much lethal in these countries. So it could be the property of the virus itself that it can mutate, one possibility. And the point which you told about the how this prevention of this virus is very important, how we can maintain the social distance. For this, I have one line for everyone that maintain the social distance. It's a difficult task, whether it's in Western culture or it's in our Indian culture. So maintain the social distance. One thing should be in our mind to assume that every person which we are coming across is COVID positive. There's no harm in assuming that. If we assume that the person which suppose I am with the Ankit and I assume that Ankit is positive, or suppose Ankit assumes that I am positive. So we both, it's not only for Ankit, it's only for me also, because it will maintain a distance. By assuming that, yes, it's a mind only. For the next 6 months, it's not for, for your whole life, you need to assume this thing, for assumption like this. It's just for the next 6 months. If you assume that every patient we are coming across, he or she can be potential contagious, there is no harm. We'll automatically maintain the social distance.
People normally don't sit next to me on an airplane if I start sneezing. I noticed that, right? So I always have the seats to myself because sometimes I start sneezing for whatever reason. And then people just don't even sit next to me. And my team would always ask me, why do you get all the empty seats? And because I start sneezing. But I like your idea. Just pretend like everybody has COVID. Then you're going to just stay away from me. You got COVID. I like that mental state. And 1 meter away, I agree. I think we need to learn how to bubble ourselves, right? Put that bubble around us, whether it's mentally draw a circle. But if we think that everyone has it, maybe we will pretend. What is the odds of everyone getting it? Somebody just asked me that on my phone. They couldn't, for whatever reason. Does anyone know what are the odds of potentially everybody getting this?
Oh, yeah. So also it depends upon the underlying immunity part. The one thing is that the person who are young also, they are also getting succumb to this disease. One thing, even without any comorbidity, even going to a gym 5 times in a week. So the virus which is attacking in 2 ways. One, those who are highly immunocompromised, like kidney disease patient, diabetic patient, hypertension, heart disorder patient. And the second, on the other hand, contrary, it is also attacking those who are highly immunocompetent. Suppose I am immunocompetent. I'm taking just an example. I am immunocompetent. So if the virus enters in my body, there is a response which is being produced by our immune system, my immune system, robust immune response that lead to cytokine storm syndrome. There is a term known as CSS, cytokine storm syndrome, which leads to marked thrombosis in the vessels of my lung, in my heart, in my whole body, and also damage to my heart and the lungs. This is the theory which is being proposed for those who are immunocompetent, those who are young, those who are going 5 times a week a gym, those who are quite healthy. And in the immunocompromised state, they are damaging in different way. They are damaging the cells present in the alveoli, that is the cells which are present in the lungs. They are damaging the heart muscles directly. But in the immunocompetent, with the help of immune reactivation, they are damaging it. So those both are the different spectrum of the disease.
No, yeah, and I think that there's just going to be so many other things that are happening to us. So many people are probably sick and not getting the treatments that they need for other problems, and that's been a big concern of mine too. That's why my doctors work so hard to get me in this week, because they know after a while it's very difficult for me to breathe if I don't get my treatments, and so they worked very hard. But there are other problems we need to focus on. But I think that if we just follow the good habits, we kind of cover a lot of these problems, right? And in re-entry of travel, because I know this is part of what you do, are we going to have to, Kid and I, we've been kind of laughing about it, but you see these booths that they're making, right? Where they spray you, test your fever, prick your finger. Is that going to be a reality? Because I'm never going to travel again if I have to get sprayed. I'm just not. Just going to tell you, I'm not going to board go in an airport. But is that a reality?
Yeah, I think I have also pointed out this thing, that spraying on the whole body or spraying on your head, it's not going to clear the virus from your lungs. Yeah, from your lungs.
I know.
That's a very important point. One thing. Second thing, spraying like chemicals of these, the sodium hypochlorite or all those solutions, they could be toxic to our eyes also. They could be, harmful for our skin also. They can cause burns, scars, and so these things should be avoided. One thing.
That's your hair.
Second very important point. I think almost all the countries did the screening method. They are just screening all the persons who are coming from their respective countries just by the infrared radiation thermometer. But there are certain patients who are in asymptomatic phase. There are certain patients who are in incubating phase, and another one who might be just taken a tablet of paracetamol or Tylenol just before coming on to your arrival, before landing to the arrival. So those are the one you cannot pick up those things. So better is go for the antibody level testing before they depart, and once they have IgG, and the kit should be validated. The one very important point should be that in those patients, kit should be validated. Currently, we are facing the problem of this antibody testing because of the kit is not validated. I think in our country, there is no kit which is validated so far. But if in the future, we have the antibody testing and that is validated, that can be a game changer, what I can say over here.
So is it like a two-part test, a two-panel test for the self-testing? So it's IgG and IgM?
Yeah. Two. So what we look at it, the IgM. So whenever any virus, any bacteria, it comes in our body, what it does is it produces IgM. That is the acute response, immediate response which comes in our body almost within 5 to 7 days. And after that, it persists for 1 to 2 weeks and then it declines. And the moment it starts declining, the IgG response starts building up. What IgG is, it provides the long-term immunity. One thing. Yeah, definitely.
And so I know, because I get people asking me about this all the time, and I know doctors who have it. And so I asked to see what it looks like. They even have shown me how they test it. But people, get it through your doctor. Don't do it yourself. I think if you travel, you should have to have this done before you travel, right? I think they should require this before you travel, because it's, let's see.
I would like to know from Dr. Tula that
it looks like this, right?
Who travel a lot.
It kind of looks like
it's a card test. Yeah, it's a card test.
So, but the thing is that we don't need to be doing this ourselves. We need somebody who's certified. And like you said, there's not enough certification out there to probably engage in heavy traveling. They opened up the airports here for travel, but they compared, last year 2 million travelers to this year 200,000. It's a huge difference. But they actually had travelers. They were showing them go through the airport.
So, Dr. Tula, when you talk about travelers, there are a lot of travelers like me, or maybe like Kim or Sabaz. We travel a lot outside India. But when doctor is traveling to domestic or internationally during the COVID or maybe post COVID, I mean, what kind of precautions you are taking? Because you might be meeting a lot of new patients at different countries or different regions, and you are not sure that person is contagious to COVID or maybe something else. So what kind of precautions you follow in that period, pre-COVID and post-COVID?
So see, pre-COVID, we were not following too much of precautions because anything, I mean, apparently we were just, whenever we were doing procedures at that time, we were basically taking precautions. And you've seen that in India, things are very different in the airport. One, there are hardly any body scanners in India. I mean, except a couple of airports, there are no body scanners. And the frisking is extremely physical.
Yeah.
You've seen the people frisking you, they are virtually on you, right? So, I mean, whatever precaution you take, they will tell, see, yeah. so, so they even if you are wearing some kind of protective, they will tell you to remove the mask, right?
Yeah.
They will tell you to remove the shield. So where is the protection then?
Yeah.
None.
So I really believe that that is what the problem is. At least in India, I mean, it's not. And coming down to that antibody test also. Let's presume I were to travel to 5 places on each day, right?
Yeah.
So I get one test done at one place. Then the next day again I have to repeat the test. Third day again I repeat the test. So I mean, it's going to be practically a humongous task to do. And I mean, honestly speaking, I don't think we are traveling in the way we used to travel. I mean, and I mean, it's just going to be God's way only. I don't think we will be able to do much about. I mean,
now, I want to show you.
Unless and until we install body scanners, maybe at the gate also, because the first point of entry when you enter the airport is checking.
Yeah.
Now the guy who's not checking you at a 1 meter distance.
This right here. This is how we're going to have to travel. They wrote this in our science fiction books. I always say whatever we write about always comes true. They had designed our clothes. The laser will help keep people away, 1 meter away, right? But no, seriously, it protects you, right? I think our clothing's going to have to change. I really do. I think, we talk about wearing masks, but I think traveling, that's how we're going to have to travel.
Sir, do you think we should set up a kind of a mini hospital at airport and all the airports across the world? Will that
we will have to. We will maybe not a hospital. Maybe not a hospital, but a kind of what we know as an MI room in army. That means we have a specific doctor there, and with basic.
No, sir. I would like to interrupt because MI room won't make a difference because you know that lakhs of people are traveling from Delhi, Bombay, and things like that. So I think
you will have to have maybe a bigger on that.
Yeah,
and I would also like to know from Mr. Mohammed that there were some reports of some basic fumigation being done by some natural products. Now, what are these natural products? I was very amused to see. I mean, there was a lot of fumigation going around with these natural products. They said that it is not chemicals; they are natural products which kill the virus. So I was just curious if anyone knows anything about them.
We're going to kill ourselves killing the virus, aren't we? We're going to kill ourselves killing the virus.
Dr. Tula, very good evening, and Dr. Jatin and all the team. See,
hi, Doctor.
I just sharing my experience. See, I'm a great. I travel very frequently. Even the day of lockdown, I was traveling.
What happened? We lost.
He's having a problem with the internet today, basically.
Oh, I think
he's having a problem again. With the internet.
No, I'm scared to death of fumigating. So let's don't talk about that. Fumigating scares me. We used to fumigate our fields out in the farm country, right? And then they found out that it was killing all of us. And so, I just have issues with fumigation. But that's an interesting thought there. Is he able to get on? Let's see if we can get him on. All right, can you share with us, Mohammed?
Yes, I want to share right now.
Okay, thank you.
So till the 24th of March, I was traveling. I reached Patna from Patna to Delhi at 8 p.m. and there was no taxi to reach to my home. But okay, I arranged anyway. So during and after the lockdown, I used to use Amla 30 ml juice every night, and it gives three more important things. One, it works like it is a very good detoxified kind of thing, and it takes care of it is very good laxative as well, and it is a very good immunomodulator. And apart from that, I used to take Giloy syrup and one capsule of fish liver oil daily. And the most important thing, apart from this natural thing, we have to have take care our own internal system. I was used to sleep 8 hours. So whenever I used to sleep complete 8 hours, then that day I was feeling very strong, energetic. That means 8 hours sleep was very mandatory and very fruitful for me, because even traveling to last day of the lockdown, I am safe till today and I'm very energetic and happy. Second thing, I am very much following the frequent taking water. So I'm drinking water frequently, and this cleans my the respiratory tract and very carefully. Second thing, Giloy. Giloy is very natural herbal product. It gives a very good immunomodulator. It has very good immunomodulator properties, and it is time tested kind of thing. So if somebody will be using like Giloy or the combination of Giloy and Amla juice, then it would be a perfect kind of thing as a preventive measure as such. And it is need of the hour. Yes, Dr. Tula.
Yes, Dr. Tula.
So I was asking about that. I had a lot of there were some visuals going around in Maxim channels where they were telling that they were spraying something natural as an alternative to, I mean, the chemicals which are used for, I mean, surface cleaning. So that is why I was just curious to know whether any of us has any idea on what these natural products are.
This is a marketing gimmick actually. See, marketing gimmick is going on. So everybody is taking opportunity and advantage. So I don't know really. I don't know the fact. See, if something is going on, so I'm not familiar with that. The natural kind of sanitizer.
Sir, when you talk about natural,
I was also amused that what is this natural?
Natural is water, natural is milk, and natural honey. I think apart from that, it's difficult to find anything natural. And this is one of the immunity boosters which we use in India. I think Dr. Tula and Dr. Uda is aware about it. And this is
Put that back up. Put that back up.
This is the gooseberry. This is the Chyawanprash. And this is the gooseberry which Shabazz Bhai was mentioning. This is like an amla. And you can have it one a day. And I think people, even doctors, are taking it. I mean, it's not that I'm vouching for Ayurveda, but this is all natural, basically.
Awesome.
No. So the interesting thing was that I've heard today that maybe the Indian Ayurvedic system is also, I mean, in the task force of formulating some, I mean, preventive medication things and all that, and maybe even in the trials of certain products for so-called treatment, or I don't know what exactly it is, but there was something going around, I presume.
Oh, B12. You know, B12 you can get in beer. I don't know if anyone knows that. And beer has one of the highest hydration rates. Not that I promote beer, but I just think it's funny because they always say beer has B12. But
and you know one of the popular beer name is Corona beer.
Corona beer, that's right. So get your B12, get your Corona beer. But its hydration rate is extremely high. Hydration index is actually high in beer. Just, milk is one of the highest ones too. I get very, very excited to hear these things. I've learned so much, and I've learned so much today. I'm excited to see what's going to happen in staging our travel, and especially with infectious disease. But hello, Lynn. Have you been listening?
I have been.
Namaste.
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 So,
Should we talk about the dollar store? We just put
yeah,
beer.
just for a minute. Lynn is one of our big sponsors, and thanks to him, we're able, got our first sponsor going on here. But he actually has a dollar store that's online, so people don't have to go to the store. Of course, it's just in the U.S. He is working on getting it in India and Canada and other places. But what's that? Candy?
Dr. Dullah, can you explain what is Hajmullah?
I can't say it.
Hold it. Put it back up, Anka. Hold on. Whoops.
Yeah. So
vitamin C in little packs. Yeah.
So I presume that once this COVID situation is over, I mean, Ankit, you can send a lot of these goodies to Kim to try on, right? And I'm sure you must have shared with her the videos of the booze thing which happened in India. I mean, she would have a hearty laugh on that also. it will increase her yeah. So I'm assuming that you have shared that with her, because then she'll enjoy all the see how it is in India. We are a very great country with great comicry also, if we indulge in all of that.
Well, you've got a good, humble sense of humor too. I mean, you're very, very humble in your country, and I've become very blessed in learning more about you. But Ankit and I, we work together probably an hour after the show every day, and he shares with me, and we challenge each other too sometimes. Like we had a challenge on fitness and things like that. So, but yeah. The great sense of humor. Your artist work is fabulous in India. But some of the things that we've been trying to encourage people is stay home with the infectious disease doctor, with Dr. Tula Muhammad. That is the only way we can get control of this. One of the best ways to do is don't go out shopping. And get your dollar store items, household items from the dollar store online. They ship for free, if you spend $25, which is pretty easy for me to do. And they have, what do you call it? Dollar bonuses. I registered, got my dollar bonuses.
Rewards programs.
Rewards program.
Rewards, right.
See, I fail at that. I am a money master, but I always fail at the rewards programs because I never make them enough. Dr. Tula, thank you.
Yep.
And so here's when you start purchasing from dollar store, you can save some dollars. You can start
and Ankit's got plenty of American dollars.
Go.
Visit him.
There you go. So I want to give you 2 pieces of good news.
All right.
Number one, we're selling beer so you can get all the beer you want.
Hey,
No,
great.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So
I was going to say, we were getting ready to have a run on your store here in a minute.
Yeah,
Not with me, but anyone who heard that.
but I talked to Rex Mehta, who founded the dollar store, obviously comes from India. And we're going to work on getting the dollar store online in India. And he said, yes. So he said, we can make this happen. So he and I are going to work on making it happen. One of the conditions for making it happen is that he shares, or we, because I'll probably participate, share the profit with Money Masters, because we're into financial education of young people. So we've already talked about that. We had a nice conversation yesterday. And so we're going to make it happen. I'm not quite sure how soon it's going to be, but a lot sooner than I thought it was going to be. So that's the good news. So you'll get your dollar store rewards, but you'll get them in rupees rather than in dollars. So Ian, Kit, you're going to have to hold up rupees in the future rather than dollars.
Oh, he's got those too.
But the good news is that when you held up the $5 bill, that is for signing up to become a customer, as Kimberly did. she got an immediate $5 reward to apply to any purchase that she makes. So that's really great news. And so we just, I'm excited about the conversation. We have some new products. Rex told me the masks are coming back. They have an order for them, and they're expecting a shipment to come in. So watch the store. We have soaps, Dove soap, which is great for breaking the seal around the virus. Dove and Dove and Dawn dish soap are the two best soaps to use to break that seal. We will have the gloves back. We do have toilet paper. Unfortunately, for those of us who are on septic systems, you have to use single ply, not double ply. So that's all right. It is what it is. But we have some 4,000 plus products. 25. There you go.
I want to say something. I went to the grocery store for the first time in probably a month because we got the little country store, but I stopped going because I knew that we were starting to peak, right? Like, so kind of screeching hot. But out of curiosity, I went to go look the aisle of paper products and toilet paper. Not one single toilet paper. Not even off-brand. Not one.
We got lucky yesterday in Sam's Club. They did have some single ply, which is what we need to use. But we also went to the local food market. Nothing, not a thing. Even hand towels. They don't have hand towels. So
No,
it just,
all paper products are gone. Tissues, toilet paper, no paper towels. Because what people were doing with paper towels is that they had this little Facebook thing. They're making their masks with paper towels, right? So, there's no paper towels, no rubber bands, just no paper product at all. And Ankit just tore apart one of the masks, and on the inside is nothing but tissue. So,
wow.
Yeah. So even the masks that you get at the stores or wherever, it is several ply, right? 2 or 3 ply, but it's just tissue paper. So, but the thing is folks, they got it at the dollar store. You don't have to go. You don't have to endanger yourself or your children or your family. And what's cool is for all you new moms out there, or even grandmas, you know what, grandma, and you got new grandbabies and you can't get over to see them, order the stuff here and ship it over. You just saw all the baby stuff. This is what I tell people. I mean, if you just look at this, I mean, they got bottles, they got shampoo, Pampers. Look at that little cute little, you can not have enough bibs. I got a lot of friends who have grandbabies. Look at these cute little toys. All right. So now you don't even have to go out and shop for them. You can order up a bunch of little socks and bibs and tinkered toy things, pacifiers. My niece and I were having a talk about pacifiers last night on FaceTime. She thought it was funny that she can make a pacifier appear on her FaceTime. But anyway, but look at all of these things. You don't have to shop for them. Order them and have them shipped to your
right to your door. Right to your door. Right. I just ordered a pacifier for myself last night.
And did you really? I need one. Do they come flavored? That's what I want to know. Do they come flavored? But no, think about this. What if you know of someone who's having a baby? You know how we have baby showers, right? Well, right now you can't have baby showers because you don't want to endanger the mama. But what's stopping you from ordering a bunch of stuff that comes in a big box from the dollar store?
Absolutely.
And you can have it shipped. It comes to you, of course, leave it on the front porch for, an hour or two, so that if there's anything on it, it dissipates, dissipate. All right. That's another word I can't say.
Dissipates.
Thank you. Dissipates. Nick picks on me. If there's a few words in this world, I say either very Southern or very funny. But anyway, but the thing is you don't have to go out and shop and buy it. Don't sit there and feel sorry that you can't be with your grandbabies. Buy them stuff. There's toys too. Like say your kids are grandbabies are a little bit older, or your niece or your nephew, and you go up here and there's toys, right? There's school supplies. There's we don't want that for them, but there's decorations. There's holiday stuff. We got all kinds of holidays coming up. Let's take a look at Halloween. You guys got year-round Halloween. You're like my favorite store now.
There you go.
Year-round Halloween. But I saw on here the other day you have holiday stuff, right? So scroll down. Seasonal items. Here you go.
Seasonal. There you go.
You got pharmacy stuff, and I'm going to tell you what the pharmacy stuff is, one page after another. But look, they've got gloves. They've got umbrellas. They got, you know what, this could almost be a COVID mask. It'd be a little hot, but anyway, so take a look. There are all kinds of neat little things, seasonal things. We still got Easter. They definitely have year-round Halloween, which I think is just way cool. But anyway, but anything that the dollar store has up the street, if you have one up your, not too far away. The only thing is it's not exactly $1. It's a little bit more, but you didn't have to go shop. So I always look at time is money. I didn't have to drive. Auto. Let's take a look at auto. This sounds interesting to me. And if you're bored, just shop around here. Check this out. They got sunshades. I didn't know they have sunshades. Cool. Mugs. But look, they just got all kinds of things. Just about anything you're going to get up there. Tire foam. Do they have bug spray? Aunt Kit likes bug spray.
Well, I have to look up bug spray. I haven't looked that one up. But you've forgotten the most important item.
CBD.
No.
Minion napkins.
Minion napkins.
No, I haven't forgotten that. And I'm going to wrap up with that. But check it out. Let's see. We got powder sprays for shoes, nasal relief. Oh, cool. You got the nasal relief sprays.
Yep.
Hair sprays.
So I should mention, and I'll find out the product.
Oh, check it out, folks. Garden time. They got the water sprays.
Water sprays, yeah.
And the water hose spray nozzle. I didn't see these the other day. Wow. Okay. Flea and tick. There you go, guys. Flea and tick spray.
Yeah, I use it every night.
See, flea and tick?
I mean, on myself, not the dog.
Oh, gosh. Well, you don't want the flea and ticks. Why do people put it on the dog? I mean, I don't want them. Right? This is just, all right. Let's see what else do we have. Decorations. I just, again, you have to look at how often do you go and shop around the store. They got all different kinds of things. Just, shop around if you're sitting home bored, and find some, gifts for your friends. If there's a birthday coming up, somebody who needs something, send it to them. But again, there's the CBD patches. Lynn, how are the CBD patches working for you?
Mine are due in. I just ordered them. So I'll tell you, but I know that one of the other store owners, his mother and his stepfather both used them, and literally in 2 or 3 days they were pain-free.
Wow.
One has had back problems for years. I pulled the muscle in my arm, and so and I'm prone to rotator cuff because I do a lot of yard work plus play tennis, and so I bought myself a lot of the patches, and they do work. They do work. So
if you've ever used a patch of a lidocaine or even any of the prescription drugs, what I like about them is that they're direct central location on the pain where it's at. The skin absorbs them, and then it directs the medication straight to the pain. CBD, I've used it. It does work. It's a good alternative for me until I get my treatments. If something's wearing off, I have found that CBD helps. I also found it to be a beauty product. Sorry, guys, but I always go to this. But all my wrinkles, kind of my frowns, go away when I use a little bit of CBD oil. I'm not frowning in pain, or I just relax. Also, I use the salve.
Do you rub it on?
I have done that, but I've taken it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Interesting.
So I get the drops, and I have tried it, and all of a sudden I just get real calm. Like I get these pain, your face shows your pain, right?
Right.
And it's relaxing. It's not that the pain 100% goes away, but everybody notices is like my face calms down. But I have used the salve on my wrinkles. They do kind of just relax.
Mm-hmm.
And my friend who has a CBD plant, he's, like factory, he
Mhm.
said that his mom does the same thing. So,
Interesting.
so I'm not the only one, but I found it interesting that it does help relax the wrinkles that we put on ourselves. Just a little tip, I hang upside down and put ice on my face too. But anyway, so I think it's about time to say goodbye to everyone. We're in wrap up zone. Before we do, I just kind of want to give a quick update. Here in North Carolina, we had 30 new deaths. We are reopening anyway, even though we had 30 new deaths last night, which I think is a lot for a state. But, we're going to re-enter, and we'll keep you posted on how that goes, because I'm a little nervous because we don't really have any rules. It starts tonight, which I thought was a little stupid. It's kind of like, well, let's start on Friday night and everybody go to a bar and get drunk and get infected, I guess. I don't know. I'm being facetious. I shouldn't be. I just didn't think there was any brainwaves on that one, but who knows? So I hope everyone else is having.
Before you sign off, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you think that politicians have brain waves?
No, I think they have money waves. I don't think it has anything to do with money. I think whatever happened, brains. I think whatever happened had to do with money.
Oh my goodness gracious. Look at that one. I love that one.
It. You're rich.
Kid.
I don't even have that kind of money. Oh, you're going to kill Nick. You're going to kill Nick. Don't do that. Now, I'm shocked that this reentry is Friday evening at 5, but we'll see what by Monday we'll know. No, actually, this is what I tell people, because everyone thinks, let's all go out and give it a couple of days. It's not going to be a couple of days. It's going to be 14. In 14 days, we will know the status. But thank you, Lynn and Shepherd Family Dollar Store. If you want something, go to IBM.TV and push that big green button.
Yep, hit on the IBM.TV, big green button, $25 or more, and it gets shipped for free to your house. Just sits right there on your front step.
Unless you're Lynn and you got to go to the post office.
Then I have to go to the post office.
I listen. Let's get our ambassador on.
कोरोना वायरस से कैसे बचेंगे? हैंड धोकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
And that was a wrap for the day, and by a special message from a young girl from India. And thank you for joining us. It's a Medical Friday with a lot of good information from doctors from different expert industries. And thank you for joining us today, and we'll see you tomorrow. And stay calm, stay healthy, and stay at home. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yep.